This meeting is being live streamed on GoToWebinar and Facebook. And if we have any serious side conversations, please take them away from the microphones if you would. That being said, I would now like to turn the meeting over to our CEO, Sean Reese.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman, members of the board, good morning. I am very pleased this morning to introduce Mayor Orr of the City of Cheyenne. Mayor, thank you for joining us. Mayor Orr has deep roots in Cheyenne, in Casper. She has been instrumental in the legislative process for many years, and I imagine many of you on this board know her in a number of different capacities. She has represented interests ranging as outdoor industry, hunting and fishing, mental health, many important topics. And so she's serving Cheyenne with a great, not only personal history, but I think a great understanding of a facet of issues. Certainly economic development is one of her primary focuses. And as you know, there is a lot going on in Cheyenne, and there's a lot that will be happening in Cheyenne. So, Mayor Orr, if you'd like to give a few remarks, we would appreciate it.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here to welcome you to Cheyenne. It's a real honor for me to welcome you. And as Sean mentioned, I'm obviously very excited to be mayor in these times. We are certainly growing. It's about getting out of our own way, I believe, and I think that we wouldn't be able to do it without the Business Council. We all talk about these P3s, these private partner-public partnerships, and what those really look like. And when I talk to developers and people, I said, well, in Wyoming, we're kind of a P2.5 because of our constitutional limits. And because of some of the limitations we have, I believe we have to be more creative and certainly look to the Wyoming Business Council to help us get out of our own way and grow our economy. I had a really great opportunity. About 2 months ago, I reached out to the mayors along the Front Range, Wellington, Windsor, Fort Collins, Greeley, and invited myself to one of their meetings to really have a very frank and open discussion. And in Cheyenne, we are so connected to the Front Range in transportation, and we share workforce, and we have air needs, and we're talking about light rail needs. We actually had a great meeting with Amtrak today. And for Cheyenne not to be part of the conversation of what's happening along that Front Range all the way up to Denver, we would be selling ourselves short and quite possibly literally missing out on those last few miles of communication and transportation. And so I'm excited for future conversations with that group. And then being a military community, our chamber and our leadership within the Air Force Base here in town, we're going to be growing that military base quite a bit. The government's going to be putting quite an investment into updating the nuclear sites, and Cheyenne is in line for billions of dollars worth of work. And to that end, housing is, of course, an issue. We have about 5,000 individuals that go back and forth daily, commute into Colorado. Again, so that transportation piece is really key. But we have about 400 to 500 airmen and women that live in Colorado because of affordable housing issues here in Cheyenne. And so we are looking at putting together an enhanced use lease with F.E. Ward Air Force Base just off of I-25, kind of near the I-25, I-80 exchange. If you've ever come out here for Frontier Days, it's where the park and ride area used to be. It's about 70 acres. And we're talking about housing and commercial development in that area. For those of you that travel into Denver, kind of Centera-like complex for our community. So we've got exciting things on the horizon, and when it comes to development, I'm really urging my staff to really work with businesses on how we can get to yes. And we have to do that through, looking at enterprise zones. We're looking at different kind of, obviously in we all had a nickel for that phrase, wouldn't we all be rich? I remember that back from actually from 2000. I'm dating myself now. There's some of these conversations. It's like Groundhog Day. But I'm excited because I really think that we are doing things differently. And thank you all. Thank you to everybody that's participating in these meetings. Good luck. You guys have got some exciting agenda items. And again, thank you for letting me address you.
Mayor Orr, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. He's not here yet. He's scheduled. Do you want to? Why don't we go to personnel budget? Okay.
We're going to adjust our schedule ever so slightly as Dr. Schaefer's not here yet. So, Ms. Getz, if we could turn the meeting over to you for personnel audit, budget and audit, if you would, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair Cavello. Today we have a few items under our Personnel and Budget and Audit Committee report. The first item for our consideration is the Personnel Report, which you can find in pages B4 through 5 in your board book. And I'm going to turn it back over to Sean to provide an update on personnel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman Getz. So the organizational chart you see here, this is what we're doing right now is we have a few open positions. With the recent promotion of Brandon Marshall as the Assistant Business Development Director, and Ron Goldberg as the Director of Business Development. That leaves a few openings. We've also recently had some resignations. I believe that we currently have about 5 open positions. So we are in the process right now of trying to work through how to better integrate the marketing with business development, because the two are incredibly tied together. We're working on that plan right now. But with the 5 open positions, this is something that we will need to shortly come up with a plan to fill those positions, because the legislature is looking at all state agencies and their open positions. I will testify before, Janet and I will testify before the Joint Appropriations Committee on January 11th. And part of that discussion will be a review of our open positions, how long they've been open. So we're getting close to honing in on the plan to fill those positions. There may be some slight restructuring, but I think ultimately it will enhance the work that we're already doing in business development. So we're excited about that, and I'm sorry I don't have more to share with you yet, but it's something that we're diligently working on. We've just had a lot on our plate with Endow and some significant projects to have that solid plan. I think that would be my full report on personnel.
Okay, anybody have questions or? Okay, moving on then. Our next item up for discussion are our financials, and I'll turn it over to Janet. Thank you, Janet.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Madam Chairman. Before I start my report, I'd like to thank my staff. Ben Peterson is here, and he's the one that keeps our technology going. And my accounting staff, Kim, Eleanor, and Debbie, are the ones that are in the office every day, crunching numbers, making sure all of the vendors are paid timely, and everything is coded to the correct budget. So I'd just like to thank my staff, and Debbie's fairly new, and she's here today. So thank you, Debbie, for joining my team. Okay, so going to the dashboard, in the upper left, we are in fiscal year 2018, and that is year 2 of our biennium that started on July 1st of 2016. If you go down the first on the left column, the breakdown by funding source. Our general funds, we finished the quarter at having spent 44% of our budget, and we're 25% into the year. But the reason that is we fully encumbered contracts such as the University of Wyoming. So those funds, we know that we're obligated to pay them, so we've encumbered them. So we'll catch up. That'll even out throughout the year. Federal funds, we finished the quarter at 47%, and that is timing for grants, different things like that. Going down, our primary agency funds, we're right at 25%, and if you look at the expenditures for Fund 39, those are the beet grower loans. So we'll kind of even out again throughout the year. Going over to the far right, the cash balance in Fund 39 is at $44 million. You may notice that's jumped up $25 million since the end of June, and that's from the appropriation from the last legislative session. If you go up on the upper right-hand side, the loans receivable, at the end of September, we have $17 million in loans. If you look at the allowances at $107,000, we have not adjusted that since I think about 2010. So for next quarter, we're going to true that up because of all of the new loans, especially the beet grower loans. So you'll see a change in that at the next board meeting. In our petroleum violation escrow funds, we have $4 million. And on the BRC funds, as of September, we had $22 million available in funds, and you'll hear more about that later. So going to the next page, the budget expenditures by funding source. 72% of our budget is spent on grants, 15% on non-operating expenses or loans, 6% on personnel services, and 6% on professional services. And then on the stacked bar chart, it's kind of showing where we're spending our money, and again, that is all due to timing of grants, loans, different things like that. So we're doing well this year on how we're spending our budget. On the bottom of the page, we have the terms. These are very helpful, I think, kind of explaining how the general fund, but in particular the agency funds are somewhat confusing. So I like to reference the terms on the bottom of the page. And that is the shortest financial report I've ever given, but I would be happy to answer any questions.
Anyone have any questions? Janet, I just wanted to note, and I know we've said this before, but I think the way you're presenting the financials and the dashboard and the two-page look is very helpful for an overall perspective for all of the board members. And always remember that Janet has all of the details that we previously received in our packets, but seem to kind of overwhelm us at times. But she has that information if anyone, board members or anyone else, has those questions. So I believe we have one action item before us, which is to accept the financials as presented to us. Is there a motion?
So moved. Second.
Did you get that, Warren?
Who did I have for a second?
Jerry.
Thank you, Jerry.
Sean?
After your vote, I'll give you an update on the governor's budget.
Okay, wonderful. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, Sean, to you.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. The governor has released his budget to the legislature. He did that at the end of November, and as I mentioned, Business Council will be presenting our portion of the budget, the governor's budget request for the Business Council, in mid-January. A little reminder, a look backwards. Last legislative session, the budget that the legislature passed included a provision which we affectionately call Section 320, which required the governor to reduce the state headcount by, I believe, 90 positions or the equivalent thereof, which amounted to roughly, I think, 70,000 per job. He assigned a target to each agency to come up with the positions or the equivalent for his review and his consideration. The target number for the business council, I believe, was around $450,000. The easiest thing for us to have done would be to take that funding out of the Business Ready Community account. Instead, we identified some savings that we've realized in the realignment of the regional offices. In moving from 7 regional offices to 6, we came up with some savings both with a position and as well as the associated costs, along with some other cuts related to travel and operational functions. And then I believe we identified the balance would come from Business Ready Communities, which was about $200,000, or maybe a little less. The governor's budget for the Business Council accepted our recommendations to the cuts for our operations, but he did not accept our recommended cuts to the Business Ready Community program, instead saying that would adversely impact communities. So he is, the budget that he is proposing to the legislature includes $300,000 of cuts to the Business Council, all of those coming from our operations, no additional cuts from the Business Ready Community program. So the total budget he is recommending to the legislature for the Business Council is $63.8 million. Of that, $38.5 million will be the biennial budget for the Business Ready Community program, should the legislature approve that, and the balance, $25.5 million, will be our operations. So that will be the basis for our conversation with the legislature, Joint Appropriations Committee. They certainly will be asking a number of questions about performance on Business Ready Community program, funding of our Business Resource Network partners, primarily at the University of Wyoming, Small Business Development Center, Technology Business Center, and so forth. We're not recommending any additional cuts to those programs. As a reminder, our budget over the past several years has been cut significantly. We have, I believe, returned some 9 positions or 13% of our headcount back to the general fund. Business Ready Community program, compared to the biennium beginning in fiscal year 15, has been cut nearly 45%. Our operations have been cut in double-digit percentages. So we are operating, but we are, in my opinion, at that point where our mission is compromised if there are additional cuts. So it will be an interesting conversation with the Appropriations Committee. I do anticipate that they, despite the governor's budget, they are going to be looking for additional cuts. The timing is going to be interesting with some of the projects that you'll hear later this morning and this afternoon. Those will be front and center in the minds of the Joint Appropriations Committee, and the State Loan and Investment Board will make its decisions on your recommendations after JAC, but before the legislative session begins. The allocation plan that you all implemented on the Business Ready Community program at the beginning of the last biennium, the effect of that has been significant. It has allowed us to allocate funds across the biennium, across quarters, and categorically according to priorities. We have been responsive to a number of community needs, but we have also been able to, in effect, bank funding if projects are not ready to go or they're not meeting those certain categorical priorities. We have Because of that, we have, between fiscal year 17 and 18, we were able to move forward an additional $4 million that had not been allocated. And that the judicious use of business-ready community funds has allowed us to be able to have have available funding for projects such as those that you will see today. Not to get too far ahead of myself, and later in the agenda we'll talk about this more, but decisions that you make today, that the SLIB will make in January, will limit the available funding for business-ready community projects for the remainder of the year. But that's just one of those give and takes that we have to consider. I'm going to be very pleased to talk to the JAC about the allocation plan and the flexibility that you have, but also the smart approach that you have taken with that funding. And I believe that will really bolster the support that we'll get to continue to the business-ready community funding at the same level that we've seen in the past. As I mentioned yesterday, the governor's budget also calls for $37 million for Endow projects that have not yet been identified. The Endow Executive Council will meet next week in Laramie, and we'll start talking about some of those preliminary recommendations. The $37 million that the governor is asking for Endow, and the $38 million he's asking for the Business Ready Community Program are very similar. It's a coincidental number, but it's going to take a lot of discussion with the legislature that both of those funds are important for diversifying the state. I do think that there may be a tendency to want to use business-ready community funds to pay for Endow operations, and that is not what the governor is advocating, but it's going to have to be something that we continue to hone in on with the JAC and with the legislature.
Sean, can you describe a little bit about how, I know Endow's meeting this coming week, but how does that money that the governor's proposing for Endow differ from BRC projects that we're accustomed to?
The Endow Executive Council next week will be briefed on the air service proposals that have been discussed with the Joint Minerals Business and Economic Development Committee in the past. That particular proposal has a good price tag, but for an important initiative related to economic development. The committee will be discussing different approaches to workforce development, and also the discussions that we had yesterday on sector strategies and how can we put business and industry at the center of the table, with education, workforce, and economic development at the state and local level working in lockstep to address the needs of those identified sectors, may also be something that they will consider putting money towards. The Business Ready Community Program, you know this, it's our flagship program. It's done wonderful things, but there's also some limits. Not all businesses or industries need infrastructure to meet their needs. It could be workforce, it could be education, it could be policy, it could be supply chain issues, it could be air service. So one of the discussions that I want to have with the Endow Executive Council is, if we get the systems working right, where we've got business and industry driving the agenda, and we've got all of the players, education, workforce, economic development, working together to meet those needs, we need flexibility. We need funding to be able to respond to a diversity of needs, whether it's air service or community college programming or K-12 initiatives or infrastructure or community amenities. So I am going to advocate for a flexible use of funding to respond to needs that we have not yet identified, because we're still putting together the process while maintaining the Business Ready Community Program, because there are going to continue to be opportunities that we can't anticipate. And as you all know, there's a lot of what we have done with the Business Ready Community Program over the years is meet pent-up demand for infrastructure. For many years, Wyoming hadn't invested in itself. So for a long time, we've been playing catch-up. But now we're also investing in new things where we're starting to see momentum build from those past investments. And we've got to maintain that. But we also need to have some other means to more flexibly address what we learn from targeted sectors, what they need to be able to grow their markets, add jobs, increase their productivity, and be more diverse in their own business models so that they can weather ups and downs in the economy.
And I guess I just have one follow-up question. Is there any discussion, or do you have any insight that you can share as to how the Endow proposed funding would actually be administered, distributed, what that oversight process would look like? Because the Business Council has a pretty tried and true successful process of not only administering but watching the ROI come back and demonstrating to not only communities but the state how our investments are truly helping communities and citizens. So is there thought on the other pot and how that would be funneled down?
Thank you for that question. I believe that the other pot will be divvied up amongst initiatives and perhaps distributed to the agencies who are working under the larger Endow umbrella. That could be one approach. Certainly, it would make sense for those agencies that have the expertise, that have the track record, to be responsible for use of those particular funds. It will get tricky, I believe, if we are talking about sector strategies and the community colleges, workforce, K-12, economic development, all working together. I believe there will be a need for deeper understandings of how those decision processes are made, and there very well could be an oversight role for the Endow Executive Council at that level. But I do believe that in any case, the importance of the work that you do will continue, and I believe it will be expanded.
Well, and thank you for your leadership. You probably, of all the state agencies, I mean, I'm biased, of course, have contributed and supported Endow. And I think all of us here would agree that we've talked about these issues for years and how we don't necessarily have the ability to influence some of the larger factors that are really contributing to economic diversification. And so thank you for your leadership with Endow and for also communicating, at least on my behalf, and I believe my colleagues would share that, you know, it's time that these walls are torn down. We all have to work together, and we have to understand that what's good for one sector is good for every sector, and we need to play together, and we need to advance each other's missions. So thank you for doing that, and thank you for sharing the processes that the Business Council has put together and worked to establish that may be a really good opportunity as an example or a model for future programs and how they work.
Thank you.
Again, can I ask Sean a question?
Of course.
Sean, can you talk about, is the 38.5 BRC and the 37 for Endow, is that a yearly budget? It gets confusing sometimes when we talk about these budgets, because like Air Service, they're talking about a $36 million budget, but it's $3 million a year. So when we're throwing the numbers out, I think it's important we be clear about what length of time these budgets are stuck for. I like to talk about them by the year. But.
Thank you, Mr. Wandler. My apologies. The numbers I'm using are biennial numbers, so that $38 million is for 2 years.
Yeah.
And that's how the state legislative budget cycle goes, is a 2-year budget.
2-year budget, so cut them all in half per year.
Correct. Although I will say, when I talk about the governor's request for $37 million for Endow, I believe that's a one-time thing.
That's
So
a one-time.
that's a one-time,
Okay.
yes.
All right.
Jerry?
Madam Chair, a lot of this discussion goes right to some of the questions that were raised when we were in Alpine, you know, as to where the line of demarcation is between, for example, the BRC and, as you say, the 37 million potentially with Endow. It seems to me like there's a reasonable justification with the JAC that from a staffing standpoint, which if I understand the math is they're coming after about $150,000. Do you have an allocation specifically of the time spent with the Endow component? Because it seemed to me like there's a rationalization here that kind of gets you part way to where you want to go.
Thank you, Mr. Bland. We do allocate staff resources across all of our programs and initiatives, including Endow. I don't have the specific number. I think Tom does, but I will tell you that the staff work for Endow this past year has been significant. In putting together the Business Council was the lead on putting together the socioeconomic study. Business Council is the lead in putting together the business development and innovation zones. Ben Peterson, who is champion of creating a transparent and open public process, is dedicating a lot of his time to doing the same Facebook Live for Endow. We've been involved in communication planning. And so I believe that this past year, the Endow has occupied staff resources in excess of all of our other programs. But I also believe it's been important work, and I believe that it will help us continue to do our mission.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I've thought a lot about the Business Council and our role in Endow. Obviously, we have one of our board members as co-chair of Endow. We have Sean as an integral part of the whole Endow initiative. And I really see the monies and the role of Endow as helping bringing all of the state agencies together and solidifying the bridges that we have, allowing that funding to help us move forward on initiatives together without pushing and pulling about who's funding what where, but rather allowing us to move together forward. And I think in the end it's going to make all of the state agencies stronger and have more of a focus along the same road to the future. I'm really excited about this, but I'm very proud of the fact that I think the Business Council has such a large part in the Endow initiative moving forward. And obviously the work that Sean and all his staff has done has helped us become an integral part of that. And so, you know, I think we can all share in the knowledge of what Sean has been able to accomplish in the Endow initiative. And, you know, I'm excited about where it's going to go in the future. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments? Sean, any other updates before I ask Janet to introduce our auditor?
Madam Chairwoman, because we went out of order on the agenda, I wonder if we shouldn't hear first from Dr. Schaefer,
Sure.
and then I believe McGee, Hearn, and Pies will be here later in the agenda.
Absolutely. So I'm turning it back to Cactus.
Wonderful. Well, it'd be our pleasure at this time to welcome to the podium Dr. Schaefer, who is obviously the president of LCCC and also the president of the board of directors for Cheyenne Leads. So, Dr. Schaefer, welcome.
Thank you. This will be interesting. This is the first time I've got to upstart Wayne and the audit, so the ability to steal some time from the auditor is something unique, I think, for me. So, well, good morning, everyone. It's great to see you all. Thanks for the opportunity for me to be here and to share a few remarks. And welcome to LCCC. I hope you're finding our facilities and our staff accommodating and really taking care of you. You know, one of the things that I've always appreciated about living in Cheyenne is the opportunity to have so many wonderful people come and visit. I know some of you who have to travel to get here say, gosh, I got to go to Cheyenne again. We love it. We love having you here. We love having you on campus. So for those of you that are traveling and visiting, welcome. For those of you that are in our backyard, thanks for coming back to campus. You know, I live sort of in an interesting time right now. Certainly I have the benefit of serving as the president of LCCC and really being involved with a wonderful organization. But I'm also currently serving as the chair of Cheyenne Leads, the board of directors there, and I'm also serving as the president of the Community College's President's Council. And having those three roles at a time where we're having significant conversations such as the Endow conversation and the challenges with the energy economy and all those things, really has provided an eye-opening experience for me. And so as a result, I spend a lot of time thinking about our economy. I'm not an economist. I've struggled in my business classes. Don't tell my board of trustees that when we talk about the budget. But I'm finding more and more of my time is really looking at what our economy is doing. And it's because our students, our communities, our families are so dependent. Our social sector, our arts, our culture, it's all dependent on a vibrant economy. So we spend a lot of time thinking and talking about an economy. And I've kind of come down to defining a healthy state economy with these 4 bullet points that you can see. In a healthy economy, we have enough industries that are bringing revenue into the state that they provide stability when those industries vacillate. Revenue into the state from these industries should generally be increasing. We want to see that increase. In fact, I applaud you within your strategic plan to set that big goal of saying we're going to outpace the U.S. GDP by 2 times. That's what we want to see. We want to see that revenue coming into the state circulated across businesses and turning in there. And then, of course, what we all want to see is that as those increased revenues circulate, they end up in the paychecks through increased wages of our employees. And to me, that's a healthy and stable economy. Now, we know what we're struggling with is an economy that looks like this, right? Most of our external revenue is coming to the state through our wonderful energy, natural resources industry. And that comes in, and in good years, it's spread all over the state, and Wyoming has done exceptionally well. Unfortunately, when we go through those bust cycles, those revenues shrink. So what we want to see is a strong energy industry, always be a cornerstone of Wyoming. But we want new industries bringing in those revenues, spreading those across the state, and really helping keep that stability. Should one industry wane or wax, we've got that backup. That's not quite what's happening yet here in Wyoming. And in fact, when we looked at year-over-year job growth, and while there may be some pockets of hope on the horizon, the reality is Wyoming lost jobs. And if we don't do something, we may continue to lose jobs as we go forward. And so what happens when we lose jobs and every state around us is increasing jobs? What do our people do? Well, some would say they'll go to higher education. There we go. Some would say, well, when we lose jobs, unemployment rises, people run to higher education. During the Great Recession, that might have been true. But something has changed. When every state around us is increasing job opportunity, unemployment is dropping, what we're finding is our young folks are leaving. They're not going into higher education. In fact, Wyoming is one of the few states in the region that is actually losing enrollments in higher education. And so what does that mean? It means people are leaving, right? And we look at population trends and look around us. Every state around us has seen an uptick in population. Wyoming has seen a downward tick. Now, we should have, anytime this month, and maybe they're out now, we should have updated data from July last year to July of this year. Counties like Laramie County may do well, but I think we're going to continue to see that trend here in Wyoming. And so that's scary when you think about we lose jobs, we lose our working population, we're not keeping kids in the educational pipeline or people in that. That's a pretty big challenge. Of course, we all know that, so that's why we jumped into this whole conversation. Hey, we're going to diversify the economy. We've talked about it year after year after year. The governor said, let's get something done and let's look at a long-range approach, a long-term approach to do this. So when you think about economic diversification, I shared some of these thoughts with the Endow Executive Council when they were on campus. There's really 4 things you need to do to diversify the economy. Pretty simple, straightforward. You create new knowledge and successfully commercialize it. You can stimulate and support entrepreneurship, so new business starts. You can help those businesses that are here to grow, to add jobs and grow, and you can recruit businesses to the state. One of the things I encourage people to do, and I've encouraged the Board of Leads and other folks to think about is do an assessment of how much time and resources we spend on each one of these things and how effective we are at each of those areas. So I've shared this with a few folks. This is my basic recipe for economic diversification. This is what we need, right? We have to have an attractive business climate. We do pretty well there. We have to identify targeted primary sector or priority sector businesses or industries. Where are we competitive? Where are the industries where we can actually help see those jobs grow and help with that diversification? We need to invest and be very purposeful in our R&D activities, our tech transfer, our commercialization, patent generation, those types of things. We still need to focus on business recruitment, but also expansion efforts. And we have to have a quality workforce. And I put workforce last, not only because it sort of, hits home with the community colleges, but this is becoming more and more of an issue as we talk about economic development in the state of Wyoming and really across the nation. Call it a talent pipeline, call it workforce development, call it higher education, whatever you want. People are driving economic prosperity, and we have to keep that at the forefront. So you've heard some of these wonderful quotes that people have used, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over, expecting different results, or to achieve things you've never achieved before, you have to do things you've never done before. And of course, I love the Deming quote just because of his Wyoming connections, that every system is perfectly designed to get the results that it does. And so think about Wyoming's educational system and how it's currently designed. We have a wonderfully strong distributed K-12 system. We have 7 regional comprehensive community colleges, and we have 1 wonderful land-grant university. In many ways, for a rural state, large with small population, it's a wonderful model. But when we look at our results, there's some things that are actually a bit challenging. So when we look at the percent of our population with a high school diploma, we do pretty well. These data probably should be updated, but we're about number 2 or 3 in the nation in terms of the percent of our population with a high school diploma. That's great. When we look at the percent of our population with some college or an associate's degree, we do fantastic. In fact, arguably the first in the nation for those folks to do it. Representative of our economy, representative of the 7 community colleges spread throughout the state. When we start looking at bachelor's degrees and higher, we drop substantially. In fact, 40th, respectively. Here's some updated, I want to get to that in a second. So one of the challenges we have is really identifying how our educational system is building a workforce that's designed for the type of industries that we want to see in Wyoming. And education and prosperity are very tightly linked. In fact, as some research has shown us, there's a strong correlation between the educational attainment of a state's workforce and the median wages within that state. I like this chart. It's hard to read, but I just want to show, here's Wyoming. So basically what this compares on the vertical axis is the cumulative growth in productivity. Productivity defined as the increase in new revenues, new wealth coming into the state, and the distribution of that wealth amongst its employees through changes in wages. So think about that as productivity. So back to that healthy economy, more money's coming into the state, it's being distributed, and we see wages grow. The horizontal axis, though, looks at the percentage point change in the share of adults with at least some college between 1979 and 2012. So while we've done fairly well with that productivity growth, it's really been as a result of our energy economy. What's more depressing is we have not budged educational attainment from 1979 to 2012, not even 5 percentage points. Here's some updated data when we look at what happens in bachelor's degree. And again, I think we do well with some college and associate degrees because of the system. But this takes a look at the share of the labor force, essentially, with a bachelor's degree or higher. The U.S. average is 35.5%. You can see the top states, Wyoming, 28% when we look at that. So now think of the industries and the businesses that we are trying to attract and the type of workforce that they are looking for and what they want. Think of the types of jobs with even existing industries that we want to encourage them to bring here. Not just the production level jobs, not just the labor level jobs, the R&D jobs, the professional services jobs, the creative jobs. And what type of educated workforce do they need? And how do we compete? And NDOW picked this up in their first report. They pointed out one of our greatest inhibitors and probably opportunity is our workforce for growth and stability. Growing that, which we have, but also thinking about the population that we need to establish within Wyoming to be successful. So the community college presidents, Dr. Nichols from the University of Wyoming, got together and we were discussing and really working through what can we do to set the stage for some of this, even ahead of the release of the NDOW recommendations and what other folks are doing. And where we landed on is actually unanimous agreement that we need to set a higher education attainment goal for the state of Wyoming. So the Wyoming Community College Commission, on behalf of the 7 colleges, the university's Board of Trustees, approved this educational attainment goal, that we will increase the percent of our working population, so 25 to 64, that possess a valuable post-secondary credential to 60% by 2025 and to 75% by 2040. To put it in perspective, we are about the national average right now with that, with about 48.5%. Significantly below Colorado, significantly below Utah, and other states are starting to move past us. So we want to make this commitment and recognize it's a stretch goal, but this, we believe, is going to be one of the foundational elements to economic diversification and really the health of our state. And that's a commitment that we've made, and we now will move forward with that goal in mind. Ever wonder where to point these as we go through? So I want to wrap up the comments and maybe hear from you, or if you have questions, by giving you some kudos as a council. So I really started getting more and more engaged about 3 years in Cheyenne Leads and activities the Chamber of Commerce here was doing, what we were working on with K-12 and with the community and community initiatives. And I became increasingly frustrated with our design to be predominantly reactive to things. To think very, very narrow in terms of what we do and how we approached community development and economic development, and kept thinking that there has to be a broader, more creative perspective to how we approach the economic health of Wyoming. And then I stumbled across your strategic plan that I think you approved last summer, if I remember correct. So it must have been summer of 16 or somewhere close. And I said, somebody finally gets it when you look at it. And your building blocks, I think, are one of the things that I really resonate with, because you're not singular focused, you're not reactive in nature. In fact, your strategies and what you're doing. And I want to kind of walk through these. So your building block of infrastructure development you want. Wyoming is connected and business ready. I feel in Laramie County and Cheyenne, we do real well. 3 wonderful business parks, an amazing network of transportation infrastructure and telecom infrastructure, and we've benefited from that. Microsoft is now working on its 5th expansion. I believe it's the 1st or 2nd contributor to sales and property taxes now within the community. We've benefited from that infrastructure. Workforce development is something that we're working on and glad that you recognize as well. In fact, in 2014, Cheyenne Leads and LCCC conducted and actually released an economic opportunity and workforce assessment, basically identifying target industries, workforce needs, and what we need to be doing to help become more competitive. And we're driving forward with that. And it gets a little bit fuzzy. Quality of life continues to be one of the top things that arise in terms of issues. People don't know how to address this. What we're hearing from the people in economic development across the nation is there are 2 things that will continue to drive economic prosperity: talent and quality of place. So to see that you recognize that, and ahead of time, a lot of even NDOW, I think is incredibly important. Entrepreneurship development. We have challenges in this state, but we have opportunities. You've recognized we do incredibly well with new business starts. What we need to do is keep those businesses through success and actually help them grow. But I do not believe that Wyoming will recruit its way to economic diversification. Some of our communities will do okay. It needs to be an important building block. But if we want to do it, we need to develop creative individuals who recognize the opportunity to start companies, grow jobs, and think about that every day to help us grow from a grassroots perspective. Helping current businesses grow on target. And of course, business recruitment is going to continue to be something we'll be engaged in. But I would say it can't be our singular focus. So I left the very first one off because I want to conclude with something that we're doing here, and I think it resonates with some of the comments that I heard you making just a few moments ago. Starting next week, Laramie County will be engaging in a very comprehensive community and economic development planning initiative. In fact, for about the past 6 months, the CEO of the Chamber of Commerce and I have basically been out raising funds, getting people and groups on board to commit to about a year-long process where we as a community will actually engage in, think of it as strategic planning, and not just conducting a study, not just getting people together to share the same anecdotes, but actually looking hard at the data about our community and developing an action plan and implementation plan that we all commit to and say we all have to be part of the solution. That starts next week, and I cannot tell you how excited I am to get involved and see that work starting to play out over the next 10 to 12 months. I would argue that is exactly the strategy that we need to employ at the state level as well. I mean, I heard the comments, right? We are working in our silos. We each have strategic plans. And at times, we go off in different tracks, doing wonderful work, but possibly uncoordinated work. It's time we create that state-level plan, have that state-level dialogue, and bring all the people to the same table and say, hey, we're all going to be part of this. We're not going to argue over territory and boundaries. We have to collectively embrace a vision for the state, and then we have to deploy our assets to do that. So carry on with your work and with your conversation in that line. I hope that's what we hear next week from the Endow Executive Council, and that we need to find ways to come together to help Wyoming continue to prosper. So, Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity. Again, welcome to LCCC. I appreciate all you do, and anything we could do at LCCC to help in your endeavor, please don't hesitate to ask.
Dr. Schaefer, thank you very much for your comments and your insight, and thanks for being with us today. It really means a lot.
You bet, thank you.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Dr. Schaefer, for coming out today. A real quick question. How many students do you have full and part-time enrolled at LTRIP right now?
That's a good question. Those are numbers I should know off our head. Our annual FTE is roughly about 3,800, so that's full-time equivalent. So our head count actually is closer to twice that because most of our students are part-time right now. And so I want to say our head count is right over 5,000. A few years ago we were as high as 6,000 because of the recession and some of the things happening there. But yeah, collectively the 7 community colleges have about 30,000 students enrolled in.
So there's about 5,000 here in Cheyenne?
Yes, sir.
Well, that's a great job. Congratulations. This campus just wowed me. I haven't been out here since I took a welding class about 5 or 6 years ago, and it's just amazing what you're doing out here. Good job.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Chairman Cabello?
Yes.
Dr. Schaefer, thank you very much. I'd like to commend the fact that you are getting together with higher education groups throughout the state in this whole concept of putting the business community in the center. Let me take this opportunity to say, please, as you set your goal to expand our higher education degrees and those numbers, please focus on the quality. Please take into consideration that we need employable graduates. We need degrees in degree programs that are employable throughout our state. So please focus on the quality of the graduate degree program, not the quantity. And I think it'll all follow suit after that.
Mr. Chairman, ma'am, it's an excellent point and something that I think we are starting to recognize. There has to be that direct linkage to career and occupational opportunities to keep these folks here. And so to that end, we will actually, the 7 presidents will be meeting with the board of directors of WIDA tomorrow to talk about how we create stronger linkages, especially as the conversation and potential for workforce training funds come out of either Endow or through the state legislative process. But we recognize while we have good partnerships, we have to be much more purposeful in that linkage, and we have to provide those paths for our students. So thank you for those comments.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Anyone else? Again, Dr. Schaefer, thank you very much. Ms. Getz, we'll turn the meeting back to you.
All right, now I think it's time for us to, Janet, hear from our auditor. Wayne?
You want me just to go ahead and start? Okay. Appreciate the opportunity to be here and the opportunity to work with the Wyoming Business Council. As part of our arrangements to conduct your audit, we perform the audit using 3 different levels of auditing standards. First, we audit under generally accepted auditing standards, which provides a certain base level of requirements that we have to follow with any financial statement audit that we do. Then, because of your relationship with the state of Wyoming, we also perform this audit under government auditing standards, which puts another layer of requirements for the auditor in terms of additional work and levels of comfort that we need to reach. Then on top of that, because you get federal awards, that exceeds $750,000, we have to then do an audit under the Uniform Grant Guidance, which puts another layer of audit requirements on place. So we actually do your audit under 3 different sets of standards that build on each other, make it much more comprehensive. In order to issue an opinion, we're required to do various types of testing that our profession dictates, including third-party confirmations, a significant amount of analysis of financial information with non-financial information, basically to make sure the financial statements tell the same story as what we would be reading in the minutes or observing in terms of the performance of the business council. For instance, we read that the business council is providing economic disaster loans for the sugar beet growers in Goshen County. We would expect to see those loans show up on the financial statements. So we make sure that things tie out between the non-financial information and the financial information. In addition, we look at contracts, grants, things like that, different business documents that can be indicative of some type of accounting treatment that should be done. When we complete enough of our work to have met those professional standards, we can then issue our reports. In addition, under government auditing standards, we're required to look at your control environment over financial reporting, and we're required to look at how compliance with certain laws and regulations can impact your financial statements. And so we look at that as well. Some of that involves looking at certain state statute requirements that tie in with financial information, such as the requirement the state has related to investment activity that's allowable, and the importance of making sure your cash balances are either adequately secured if they're in financial institutions or if they're with the state. We also then look under the Single Audit Act, we're required to select and test what are called major federal programs. And for those, we have to go in with certain prescribed areas and look at the specific internal control and compliance for those major areas with regards to the major programs. In your case, we looked at your HUD program because we have to reach a certain coverage. We're required to look at internal control that relates to following those rules, and the HUD requirements are pretty broad, and a lot of it's non-financial. The guidance from the federal government to the auditors basically focuses us in on things like the reporting that's done, the allowability of costs, that you're not paying for alcohol or things that are prohibited under federal guidance, things like that. So our focus when we look at the federal programs is more on the financial and reporting side. The results of our audit is, first of all, on pages 1 and 2, and these aren't, I think all of you received PDF versions of the report. I apologize because I don't have your PDF version, so I don't know what your page numbers are, but at the bottom of the pages as they're scanned, there are page numbers. Pages 1 and 2 includes our regular audit report.
Wayne, can I interrupt you?
Sure.
This is Sean. We have some limited copies. I don't think we have a hard copy for everyone, but if anyone wants a hard copy to look through right now, and then if you haven't already received the PDF, we'll be sure to send that off. So. And we may need to have you share if... Okay. Thank you.
Yes, we have no problem printing more, but in this day of environmental awareness, we try not to print any more than we're requested because people want to reduce the number of trees we cut down. So pages 1 and 2 in the hard copy has our auditor's report. For those of you that may have seen audit reports before, this one may look a little unusual because it's long. It's 2 pages long. Often an audit report is 1 page long. And a general rule of thumb is the longer an audit report is, the worse it is, because that means they had to put in extra things. That is not the case with yours. The reason it's longer is because we have to also address that we have some required supplementary information we're reporting on, some supplementary information, reference to these other auditing standards. So in your case, it's longer, but it's not because there's any issues or problems. And the bottom line is that our opinion is at the bottom of page 1, and it just says, in our opinion, the financial statements are presented fairly in all material respects, which is what we call a clean or unmodified opinion, which is the highest level of opinion we can give. Auditors tend to be much more negative than, say, educators. Educators have grades from A to F. We basically have 4 grades. 1 is good and 3 are bad. So we're professional pessimists. And you have the good one. So sometimes people say, well, give us a letter grade. Well, it's like pass, fail with exceptions, fail, or we couldn't even do your audit because things are so bad, and you got the pass. So that's about the best I can tell you on that. With regards to the results of our government auditing standards, we issue a report on that too, and that's on pages 42 and 43. And what's interesting about this report is that rather than giving an opinion, we basically tell you if we found any problems. And the reason why is because the attorneys don't think we should give legal advice, so we couldn't say, in our opinion, you're in compliance with laws and regulations, because that would be the practice of law. In fact, you can't even get an attorney to make that statement, and they do know the law, because they always know there's always those little weird exceptions out there. But we did not find any issues with your financial reporting internal controls, nor did we find any violations of laws and regulations, and we look at the ones that have financial impact. We did not see any violations that would result in any issues or problems. If we found problems in either of those areas, our professional standards would say we would refer to it in this report and give you a finding that would identify what we found, what the issues were, and a recommendation to fix it. But we did not find any of those. Then, in terms of the results of the single audit, or the Uniform Grant Guidance Audit, that report is on pages 44 and 45. And we go through and identify our responsibility. We provide an opinion on whether you're in compliance with the major programs, material compliance areas, and we did not have any, we did give an opinion that we believe that you materially comply. With regards to internal control over those major programs, or this major program, we have one, we would identify if we found problems in the internal control there, and we did not find any. The results of the single audit are actually summarized on pages 46 and 47. As a general rule of thumb, you want all of your boxes on the right side checked, except for the last one. And so since all these no's means we didn't find issues with your reporting, we didn't find issues with your internal control, we didn't find compliance findings, anything else. And by the way, we did look, and we looked hard, because I have some people who work for me that are perfectionists, and they did not find anything in terms of those specific things that we're required to look into. The last one is just whether you qualify as a low-risk auditee. And you do qualify under the Single Audit Act as a low-risk auditee, and that's because you have not had any material weaknesses in internal control or material question costs, which is things that were charged to grants that were not allowable under federal guidance. And so that's why you're a low-risk auditee. And so that's the results of those three audits. In terms of, and I was told not to go past 20 minutes, and I will make sure of that, and I think I'm about 6 minutes into it. I'm going to make sure I stick with my time frame here. The financial statements, in terms of what's happened on a financial statement basis, is documented in the management discussion analysis, which Janet prepares. Just a couple of high points. Your assets are up, primarily because of increases to the business-ready community loans and the economic disaster loans. So that raised your balance sheet as you made those loans. Another high point is that we continue to we had to adopt this new pension standard 2 years ago. I remember I gave kind of a more lengthy explanation because it was so strange, and it put this big liability on your books for your share of the unfunded portion of the state's retirement plan. And that liability is still there, and it tends to kind of go up and down. It grows a little bit, but the biggest hit was when we first adopted it. But it's now $3.8 million. And the impact of that on your financial statements this year was that it increased your pension expense. I think it was about $180,000. $261,700. So if you take the amount that you just paid in cash to the pension plan, the expense we have to recognize in this new standard was $261,000 higher than what you paid in cash. And again, that's because of this new standard. The other thing to bring up is that because the Government Accounting Standards Board always feels like they have to come up with something new to justify their existence, they've now looked at other post-employee benefit programs. And Business Council is a state pseudo-agency. I don't know if you consider yourself exactly an agency. You're kind of different. But you participate in the state's retiree health insurance plan and pay amounts in each month towards that, but for next year, we have to do the same thing with that plan as we did with the pension plan, which is look at what's your share of this unfunded liability in the future. The state did not adopt that this year on their plan, so the actuaries didn't calculate what the amount is. We don't know what the amount is. For next year, they'll calculate that amount, and we'll put that in there. And in terms of what it does to your financial statements, I'm sure there'll be some liability. And the other thing is, you already see how thick your financial statements are. This new footnote's going to be at least the same size as the pension one. So we're going to add like 3 or 4 more pages to your report and notes that nobody understands. So it's just requirements, and we fulfill them. We have gone through the adoption of this standard for one of our other clients that has one of these types of plans. They actually did the report, so we're familiar with what needs to happen. That way we don't drive Janet into a rubber room or something, because it's really complicated and has a lot of issues, but we're familiar with it. We can assist with that. Other than that, I mean, those are really the high points, and I wanted to keep it under 10 minutes in case you have any questions for me.
Wayne, I guess I would just say that for someone who doesn't do numbers or math pretty well, that's why I went to law school, the back page where it says there are no findings, like this page,
Yes.
this is pretty awesome, right?
It is, and
that's your opinion, thank you.
yes. And when you consider that Diane had been in this position for a long time, and you've changed players in that important focal role, that I think this is really good. Certainly, we provided a lot of assistance to Janet with this transition, and there was information that we were aware of and knew about from our familiarity, but in terms of working with her, she didn't miss big numbers or anything like that. She was able to pull the information together the way it's supposed to be. She asked us questions, which is the way it should be. We're here to also be of assistance. And so we didn't find these I got yous, where you missed this, you missed that. She was proactive in asking us questions, saying, well, I see we've done this in the past. Can you explain to me how the accounting for this works or how this fits in? So that's the way it should be, because when she contacts us and we work that way cooperatively, it's not an audit issue.
Yeah, and I don't think Janet not only didn't she miss big numbers, but she didn't miss anything small either. And it's a testament to the organizational strength of this agency, or of the Business Council. It's wonderful that we've never had to worry as a board about problems that an audit finds. We're able to focus on the bigger things that we want to do, which is economic development. So thanks to Sean and Janet for leading us through this smoothly. Does anyone else have questions of Wayne? Mike?
Just not any questions. The general comment, I think Janet and the team especially should be congratulated for a job well done. It's a very, very well done audit, and when you said that your team really, they're perfectionists and they really picked hard, and we made it through that. I think that's just kudos to the quality of our team.
Yeah.
I used to be that way till I started doing tax. If there's a hell for auditors, I probably earned a place there from some of the tax work where things aren't quite black and white, and you learn to kind of play in the gray area a lot. But my staff they're very well educated. They do continuing education of at least 40 hours a year. They take it very seriously.
Any other comments or questions? Lawyers usually like to see a whole lot of words on a page, but when it comes to an audit, we really like
I gave you a whole bunch of words in the rest of it.
Yeah, we're going to throw that away. Just frame this. So, congratulations, Janet and your team. We're very proud of you. Thank you, Wayne, so much for being here and presenting.
Thank you.
Sean, do we need to accept the audit, or want a motion?
Yes, please.
Okay. May I have a motion to accept the audit? Thank you, Jerry. Any other discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I think that concludes my portion of the agenda. Mr. Chair?
Thank you, Ms. Getz. We appreciate it very much. I guess now we are ready for the Business Contract and Loan Committee. Chairman Savko.
Okay, thank you. Business Contract and Loan Committee report is in Section C of the board book with the agenda and materials beginning on C3. Today, staff requests two actions of the board: approval of the quarterly challenge loan report and then consideration of a loan extension request from Ascent Technologies. I'll now turn it over to Josh to begin his report.
Mr. Chairman, Subcommittee Chair, pleasure to be here this morning. So the first item up for you is the usual quarterly report on behalf of the Challenge Loan Fund. There were no past dues on the Challenge Loan as of September 30th. As everyone has kept alluding to, all of the beet grower loans that happened this year. So with the second designation that happened this summer with the emergency board meeting that we called, there was a grand total this year of 55 beet grower loans between Park, Bighorn, Washakie counties for a total of just under $7.75 million. So I made another trip to Powell 2 weeks ago and closed 21 of the 32 second designation loans. So there's 11 out there still to get closed. So all of those are going along as smoothly as possible. So you saw Janet alluded to the reserve balance. I put a larger number in there. That balance is just allocated against the fund as a whole for the loan loss reserve. But again, that'll be all trued up, like Janet said, with your end of quarter on the calendar year statement. So there's also no identified problematic loans or no loans that, in the bank world you'd put on the watch list. And so everything seems to be performing accordingly. And you'll notice that with these beet grower loans that we do allocate more money than usual, but given the track record of the 123 loans that were closed before these latest 55 were, the charge-off rate was very low, and so I expect the same performance out of these ones. So, and then there were no charge-offs to report. So with that, I'll answer questions on the quarterly report.
Any questions for Josh? Public comment?
Mr. Chairman, if I might comment. Josh, I'd like to thank you for all the work that you and Ben and your staff have done about getting those loans out to those beet growers up there in the Bighorn area. Obviously, that money means a lot to those people, and you guys have really stepped up and made that work really well, and I'd like to thank you for those efforts.
Thank you.
Josh, I'd like to extend the same thanks. I know it's not an easy drive up into the Bighorn Basin from when you're based in Cheyenne, and you've become somewhat of a resident up there here the last several months. So thank you very much for all the effort. Nice job.
No problem.
With that, we do have an action item here. We'll request approval of the challenge loan report as presented by Josh.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay, motion carries. We do have one more matter for consideration, and that is a request for an extension on a loan to Ascent 2000, otherwise known as Ascent Technologies. So I'll turn it back to Mr. Keefe for the presentation of that request.
The second request is a loan that has been on the challenge loan book since 2002. It was originally try not to say original 3 times in a row. It was originated in 2002 with the goal of kind of providing technology services, and was a team up with the Converse County Commissioners for a company to provide IT work. You can see on page C7, I put the original terms of the loan back in 2002, and now where that loan currently sits. So we're just under 16.8 on the loan. The company has had some financial troubles in the past, but over the last 5 years since the restructuring of the loan 5 years ago, it's performed as agreed. The payments get auto-debited from the bank account every month, and they continue to perform and have been really easy to work with. So one of those kind of 5 C's of credit that all of us bankers like to talk about is the character of these people is impeccable, and they've been great to work with. So this will be the last renewal of this credit. It will be paid off within this next block. So They have also performed on their loans. When this originally was teamed up with Converse County Bank, they did pay that loan off in 2012, Converse County's section of the loan. So it's just our small, almost 17,000 sitting out there that I think will be paid off here in the next 5 years, and both owners of the company do personally guarantee it as well. And so really what I'm asking from the board is just to extend the loan for 5 more years. It will be fully amortizing and pay off on November 1st of 2022. And then we'll maintain the interest rate at 4% going forward. So with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Any questions for Josh? Public comment? All right. With that, I'd ask for a motion to approve Josh's request.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. You have both of those, Warren? Okay. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. I believe that's it. Thank you
That's
very
all I
much,
have.
Josh.
Thank you.
That'll turn it back over to Chairman Cavello.
Thank you, Chairman Sopko. I appreciate that very much. Before we move on today, I would like to recognize a member of the Endow Executive Committee who came in with a group from Goshen County. Certainly we work hand in hand with Endow. And Wally, we're glad to see that you're here with us today. Thank you very much. All right, moving right along. We're going to now, let's see, we have a presentation from Mr. Ulrich, if he is here, with the Wyoming oil and gas sector.
I'm here.
Terrific.
Great.
We're anxious to hear what you've got to say.
Good, good. We'll go ahead and get started.
Thanks for being with us today.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Thanks for picking up the industry. We appreciate that.
Oh, we're trying. We'll talk a little bit about that today, Mr. Chairman. So, this clicker work, I hope? Great, great. All right, I'm Paul Ulrich, Director of Jonah Energy. I also serve as Chair of the Petroleum Association of Wyoming. And I had the opportunity through my friend Jay to come chat with you a little bit about the state of the industry in Wyoming, what we see today, what we see in the future, and perhaps some recommendations on how we can collectively work together to make sure that obviously one of our largest taxpayers in the oil and gas industry continues to be vibrant, competitive, and has a strong place in Wyoming. So I'll get started. Some of these slides I'm not going to go into too much detail about. A little propaganda about Jonah Energy. We formed a company in 2014, in the spring of 2014. Independent company, we're privately owned, and purchased the Jonah Field, the vast majority of the Jonah Field from Encana. As all of you know, the Jonah Field's obviously one of Wyoming's most productive natural gas fields, the 8th largest natural gas field in the United States, and just north to us, in the Pinedale Anticline, we have the 6th largest natural gas field in the United States, primarily today operated by Ultra and QEP. Who just sold their assets out. So Ultra and PEP is how I understand it now. We're operating 4 rigs in the state. When we first formed in 2014, we wanted to make sure that we had an asset that we acquired that we were able to have a long life in, and made a very, very significant investment, a little under $2 billion, in purchasing that asset. We also wanted to make sure that we were growing as a company. And so after 3 years and a lot of investigation into assets across the lower 48, we ended up with the opportunity to pick up Lynn Energy's minority assets in the Jonah Field, and we purchased that this last spring. So that makes us the sole operator of the Jonah Field today and a partial operator in the Pinedale Anticline. We're currently producing a little over 2,300 wells, and we've got about 145,000 net acres in southwest Wyoming of development. And we're growing, and I'll talk a little bit more of that on a slide here in a bit. Just a quick rundown of the Petroleum Association. We represent most of the oil and gas producers in the state. We've been around forever, primarily PAW's job, and Bruce Hinchy, for those of you that know him, is our president / executive director. He's based in Casper, former Speaker of the House here in Wyoming. His job is simply to carry the message for us. He's got a staff that works on a myriad of issues. Traditional trade associations in the oil and gas realm focused on legislative issues. With Wyoming's nexus of federal lands and federal issues, that has changed, I can tell you, rapidly the last 20 years. We are dealing with issues on a daily basis, from right-of-way bonding, leasing reform, sage grouse, you name it. And so the staff has increased, and it's an organization that if all of you ever have any questions about the industry or truly where we are, I really encourage you to reach out to them. Focus on PAW, obviously, for this year in this next session, given that from an industry standpoint, our margins truly are razor thin at this point. We'd rather not see any revenue tax increases, and we've got a myriad of other concerns and issues we're dealing with, oil and gas issues, faster APD times, and truly when it comes to Wyoming and our interaction with primarily the BLM, from a public land management standpoint, it's crucial for us to be competitive in Wyoming that we're able to move through the APD process fast and move through what's referred to as the NEPA process. That's the environmental review process, and get on the ground. One of our significant disadvantages in Wyoming is our federal land, our federal lands, and I'm going to cover that here in a minute too. Real quickly on the industry, and I'm not going to go through all these numbers, but 20 of Wyoming's 23 counties produce oil and natural gas. We paid to the state of Wyoming about $1.5 billion in taxes and royalties in 2016. Here's what's key. That's down from $2.1 billion in 2015. To put that in perspective, in 2008, when I was with Encana, our tax bill was a little over $600 million for that single year for one company. So as you can see, from a revenue standpoint to Wyoming, we're continuing to see low prices and decreased production due to lack of access to public lands that continues to exacerbate that problem and create what we have here, which is a continued declining revenue. Directly employs more than 8,000. We think there's probably roughly close to 27 to 28,000 between direct and indirect. And some of the other numbers I want to point out. Wyoming, fourth largest producing state in the lower 48, natural gas, seventh in oil. 25,000 wells we're producing. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about that number later on some of the projects that are emerging. And you can see from 2016 to 2017, a 12% decrease in oil and a 9.5% decrease in natural gas production. So if we don't understand where we are as Wyoming when it comes to oil and gas production and those declines and address that, we're going to continue to see that slip, which obviously directly results in loss of revenue to the state of Wyoming. Current landscape, I talked a little bit about this, but this is really where the rubber meets the road for Wyoming. From an interaction with our BLM managers and our public managers, 2/3 of our mineral state in Wyoming is federal. And so for us, even in areas here on the eastern side of the state where you have surface that is owned by private individuals and you can get surface use agreements and access in a relatively short amount of time, you still have that federal nexus. You still have all the requirements and the delays in the significant disadvantages from a timing standpoint for areas that traditionally in Wyoming have fee surface. If you look at mineral ownership, 66.3%. Surface ownership, the western part of the state, in large part, half of it's surface. For those of us in the Jonah field, 95% of our field is federal surface and surface. So there's not anything we can do without interaction with the BLM. I'm going to breeze through these slides fairly quickly. What this demonstrates is the lack of development on federal onshore, which to Wyoming is critical given our numbers of 66% mineral estate being federal. If you take a look at this from 2006 to 2015, and these are federal numbers, we've had a vast reduction in oil, federal share of oil, 36% in 2010 to 21% in 2015. And you can see based on this chart that we've seen no growth and a wide disparagement between the fee increase of production and federal onshore. And the impact of the Rocky Mountains I can't understate. We do have a significant challenge in competing with other markets due to this dynamic. Natural gas, just as shocking, almost 33% of the of the overall share of gas production in 2006 to 16% in 2015. And I can assure you, once those new numbers come out next year, that number is going to continue to decline. And that gap between where we should be and where we are for Wyoming natural resources will continue to grow. This is a little tough to read. It simply shows some of the total energy production increases that we're going to see in natural gas and oil. Obviously, from a market standpoint, natural gas is fast becoming a fuel of choice with the decline of coal. Whether that's good for Wyoming or not is certainly up for debate. But the challenge we have is, based on the previous slides, most of the new supply that's coming online is not Wyoming gas or Rockies gas. It's Mid-Con, Texas, Oklahoma. It's east. You look at the Marcellus fields, the Scoop and Stack play, and there are significant growth opportunities in areas that are not going to benefit Wyoming. And so what this demonstrates is we're going to continue to see a growing and increased need in natural gas, most certainly oil. The question is, where's it going to come from? Obviously, the existing and projected impacts to Wyoming are fairly significant. We don't have a lot of numbers on this, and I'm not going to go through each and every one of these bullet points, but when we take a look at that federal nexus and we take a look at where the market is currently headed, Wyoming is at a significant disadvantage. The impacts to Wyoming, what we're seeing today and we've seen the last 3 or 4 years, and the projected impacts show that continued decline, and that's obviously a concern for us that are fully vested and invested in Wyoming, and hopefully a concern for all of you as well as we continue to look at some pretty decreased revenue forecasts over the next several years. So the question we have to ask ourselves, not only as an industry but perhaps as a state, is understanding that the market is elsewhere and we are not competitive, not nearly as competitive as we should be. What do we need to do to turn that tide? Large-scale development projects. As I noted earlier, we have roughly 25,000 plus natural gas and oil wells currently producing in the state. What we have here are a number of large-scale projects that have been significantly delayed or deferred in Wyoming that can not only stem the tide of that reduced production and activity that we have, perhaps start to put us on the path of increased production and growth. The problem is they all have a federal nexus, and the time frame to get these done is remarkably lengthy. To give you some examples, the CDC Creston project took 10.5 years to get through the BLM process of approval. 10.5 years. All of you deal with capital deployment probably in your personal and your professional lives, and certainly here on the council. Would you deploy capital to an asset if you knew it was going to take 10 plus years before you could realize a penny of profit? CDC, 10.5 years. NPL, which is my project, we're going on 7. Converse County, which is a newer one, 5,000 wells, they're the baby. They may actually beat a reasonable time frame and get it done in under 5 years, which would be remarkable given some of the cycle time we've seen on these large-scale projects. So this points to the potential that Wyoming has had the past decade and a half. A lot of these projects were leased, were developed with a plan of action by the operator and submitted to the BLM for analysis over a decade ago. And we're just now starting to see approval. If that doesn't scare you, I really don't know what would. The impacts to Wyoming, obviously, you all know the financial situation we're in. I'm not going to run through these numbers given the time, but 75% of the state's revenue is based on oil and gas and coal. Based on the potential of those projects on the slide before, Well, we're talking billions in taxes on one project alone. If fully realized, let alone combined, we could be well out of the revenue concerns we are today if those projects would have been approved in a timely fashion years and years and years ago, and the companies that forwarded those projects were able to develop in a timely manner in this state. So it's been a bit of a challenge, to say the least. Landscape summary here on where we stood. It's critical that we increase the viability of federal lands in Wyoming. They understand there's significant losses. We understand there's significant losses by these delays in really the challenges and expenses that come with federal land development. And I do think that we have some opportunity moving forward. I like this slide. The other slides are a little bit to discuss, given it to some degree can be a bit of doom and gloom. Here's where we are when it comes to potential. Reserves, we're 7th in proved oil with another 877 million barrels. Natural gas, we're 5th with another 21 TCF. And those are proved reserves. That's what we know we've got. We take a look at unproved reserves and potential, and the numbers are even staggering, even more staggering. Estimated undiscovered oil and gas resources in southwest Wyoming alone at a staggering 85, almost 86 trillion cubic feet of natural gas, 264 million barrels of oil, and 2.7 billion barrels of NGL liquids. That's a big number. That's southwest Wyoming as a whole. You look at the Rockies for gas, 437 TCF. You look at EIA's estimates that there's another 2,543 TCF of technically recoverable natural gas in the United States, and we have tremendous potential. And from our perspective at Jonah Energy, and certainly in Wyoming as the industry, we can capture a lot of what we have here in Wyoming if we have access to it. I look at Jonah Field alone. To date, we've produced about 3.5 TCF. If you look at the 87 TCF that's in southwest Wyoming, we've got a long way to go. We've got 2.5 TCF in reserves. We've got 3.5 to 4 in our NPL project, which is south and west of the Jonah Field. And then I've got the big question marks out there. It's what we don't know yet. Other horizons, other zones, other technology that can increase our production that we've proved on a very small scale on pilot projects in Jonah that could be expanded not only field-wide, but Wyoming-wide, that really could shift the dynamic of production in Wyoming. Bottom line is we've got a heck of a lot of running room in Wyoming if we have proper access and if we're competitive. Regulatory landscape, last year at this time, it would have been a much different picture. I can say whether or not you're a fan of this administration, for Wyoming in the oil and gas industry, through a number of rules and regulations that have been rescinded or in the process of being revised, a number of executive and secretarial orders, it is making our job as those that want to invest in Wyoming much, much, much easier. The landscape has changed, and it's changed much more quickly than I actually thought it would. To our benefit, we're able to get some projects on the ground and get done. And I think they're working towards trying to make a much more efficient system when we interact with BLM on every single level. All right, in closing, I've got a couple slides that we've talked about. Obviously, we could probably spend another couple hours talking about what really needs to be done, but just some recommendations for all of us collectively to think about as we move forward. First and foremost, promoting Wyoming's industry. I can tell you, having been in this industry for 20 plus years, the technological advances in the environmental protections that companies nationwide are using were born here in Wyoming. You talk about fracking, green completions, natural gas-fired rigs, reclamation techniques. A lot of that was born in Wyoming, and we ought to be very, very proud of that. And if we're able to continue to capture that and message properly how we can demonstrate really Wyoming as a leading edge producer of natural gas in light of protecting the environment on a number of fronts, air quality, water, wildlife, we could, I think, move the needle a little bit. Obviously, reducing regulatory burdens and streamlining development is critical for us. I talked a little bit about that. Wyoming can play a part from a legislative standpoint, from an executive standpoint. Governor Meade, this has been an issue for him for years. He and his team have done a great job and continue to do so we can make some additional progress the next year, hopefully on that front as well. Continue efforts to strengthen state rights. One of our largest challenges the past decade has been when it comes to air quality issues, water quality issues, and truly management of our resources. Wyoming has proven time and time again that we can do it better, we can do it quicker, more efficiently, and provide greater returns not only for the operator but for the general public that relies on those lands for multitudes of multiple uses. More states' rights to some extent in management over some of those key regulatory bodies, i.e. Air Quality, Clean Air Act, et cetera, can make a major difference in allowing us to deploy capital much more quicker in Wyoming. Enact a comprehensive long-term national energy strategy. This is something I talked to folks in D.C. about a few weeks. We have a plan in Wyoming, and some of you perhaps were part of developing that energy plan, and it's working. Our numbers in Wyoming compared to a few other states in the region are much better, despite the fact that we still have some major challenges. And finally, providing incentives and keeping our tax base competitive. That's a big one for us. We want to deploy capital in Wyoming, but when we're competing with significant federal land management challenges, significant delays in deploying that capital and realizing any return on that capital, this one's critical. I don't have a silver bullet answer for this, but perhaps you do, or perhaps here over the next 6 months, collectively we can work on it and find ways to make the industry much more competitive with all of those folks we're competing with on a nationwide basis, and we certainly are. We are no longer an island by any stretch when it comes to the natural gas and oil market. We're continuing to see outside pressure and our market share eroding from a Rockies basis standpoint, and that basis differential increasing. But we enact a few of these recommendations and perhaps some other ideas. I do feel very strongly that Wyoming has the capacity to make a difference and turn that tide. Mr. Chairman, with that, thanks for the time. I'd love to answer some questions if we do have time.
Yes, Mr. Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for coming today. I'm going to give a little history before I ask the question for the audience. I'm sure you'll understand. What I'd like to know is PAW's involvement in the Wyoming County Commissioners Association. In 2016, started an initiative on wilderness study areas, the Wyoming Public Lands Initiative. For those of you that don't know, there are 42 wilderness study areas in the state of Wyoming that cover almost 580,000 acres. They're currently managed as study areas. There is no surface disturbance allowed. There is no lease of minerals. Nothing happens on those, or is supposed to happen on those. There is some traffic as far as vehicles go, some other things, but the County Commissioners Association has taken a step to analyze these, and counties have the choice of whether they participate or not. They're currently in the middle of that, working with multiple agencies, multiple organizations to try to come to an agreement on what we can do with these. Would you touch on PAW's involvement in that, if you're involved in that at all, where you're at?
Yeah.
If you would, please.
Mr. Chairman, Ron, we are heavily involved in that, and we're certainly very interested and supportive of the County Commissioners Association efforts on that front. A number of our members are on those local committees, those regional committees. I've talked to, and other folks at PAW have talked with other individuals on those committees as well. We're very engaged on that issue and providing input where it makes sense. Even up in the Jackson area, which obviously is a little bit different, but you have to look at potential. If you close these areas off, and some of them in perpetuity, and 5 to 10 to 15 years down the line, you've got technology that truly negates any significant impact for, if you develop those minerals. we got to keep those options open, and we're engaged on that front. Thank you.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Chairman, Paul, thank you for coming. That was very informative. I didn't realize the state was that gifted with minerals. My question is, will we ever see 70, 80, and God forbid, $90, $100 barrels of oil again?
Mr. Chairman, Mike, if I could accurately predict that, I wouldn't be here today. I would have a margarita in my hand on an island far away. However, to be serious, I don't know. We're not predicting that shift in oil prices anywhere in the near future.
Ever?
I wouldn't say ever, by any means. With oil, I wouldn't say ever. That market shifts so quickly. With natural gas oil's a different beast from our perspective, from a market standpoint, because there's some we can control and some we can't. And a lot of that has to do with overseas market and a couple of the big boys, the internationals. It's very possible with oil, I will say that. No indication anytime soon. Natural gas, given the supply we have and the supply potential coming online, we see lower prices for a very extended period of time. Unless we, as a country, get serious about exports. Coos Bay, the Jordan Cove project, if we can get to a point, especially important for Rockies Gas, where we have the ability to export LNG, and that project gets approved and finalized and built, and they're close. But that's not looking at coming online until roughly 2024. That could make a difference for natural gas prices, that and that alone. Increased exports to Mexico could also make a difference. And then a smaller degree, transportation. As all of you know, there was a fairly large push a number of years ago for compressed natural gas as a transportation fuel of choice. We had some decent early success, and then it completely died off when oil prices dropped, because there was no real financial, economic incentive for converting when petrol prices were virtually the same.
Thank you.
Chairman Cavello.
Go ahead, DeVore.
Paul, thank you for coming today and spending time with us. And for those of you who don't know, Jonah Bank grew out of the seed fund of the Jonah Field. And sometimes throughout the state, I don't think we recognize and fully appreciate what a seed fund Jonah Field has been for the state. It has absolutely changed the complexion of everything in this state over the last 20 years. So we've all been the recipients, the university, the education system, all of our quality of life has been impacted by that field. And I appreciate that the field is in good hands going forward. I think we all need to recognize also that the energy industry as a whole carries our state, as every one of your slides lay out. And it's very costly to do business in your industry right now. It's very costly. I'm from the banking industry, where the majority of our overhead expense is regulatory related. It is nothing compared to the regulatory expense you take on. And we can't control that because it's the federal government, not the state. So I would encourage everyone, this is probably not the right forum, but I would encourage everyone to not add tax to the backs of these folks, because they fight a big battle every day, a very costly battle, and we don't see those margins going up anytime soon. But the key slide in Dr. Schaefer's last point was we need to be a business-friendly state. We need a business-friendly climate, and I think we should embrace this particular industry even as we go forward and try to diversify in the future. So thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Paul, what do you see with the activity in the Powder River Basin for the future?
We're starting to see some very good signs. Obviously, over the last several years, you've seen some very heavy investment into the Powder River Basin. And in talking to my colleagues that have assets over there, they're very excited. I believe we're going to see some growth there. Right now, we're sitting at 25 rigs statewide. we get through the, this winter season, I expect to see that county increase, in particular in the Powder River Basin late spring, early summer. Very promising.
Anyone else? Mr. Anderson?
I have no questions. I just wanted to express profound thanks for Paul coming today. And Sean, thank you for, this was my cockamamie idea to put Paul on the agenda today. And thank you for letting us do this. The oil and gas industry, I'm oil field trash, and so I appreciate you coming and
well, me too.
eloquently articulating the importance of the oil and gas industry.
Okay.
Thank you.
Jim.
Well, Mr. Ulrich, on behalf of the Wyoming Business Council, we'd like to thank you and the Petroleum Association of Wyoming for being here, bringing us up to speed on what's going on in the industry. Obviously, extremely important to all of us as citizens of the state of Wyoming. And if anyone else has any more questions? If not, thank you so much.
Great. Thanks for the time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you.
We're at that time where it's time for a quick break. You can see on the screen that you've got until 10:30. At that time, Chairman Lockhart will commence with community grant and loan. Thank you.
Well done. Whipping up along.
I'm glad you did. Thank you. At this time, we'll turn the meeting over to Chairman Lockhart and the Grant and Loan Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Cavella. Thank you, Board. Thank you for all coming today. I want to start off by thanking Julie Kozlowski, Karen Fay, and Greg Connor for all their work. We have Mr. Tom Johnson also. At the table in front of us, we have a lot of things to go over today, but the staff has done an excellent job. The staff reports, a lot of work has gone into these projects. They've been working on them, some of them months, some of them years. So I want to take this time to thank the staff. It's a pleasure to work with you, and I want you all to know that. I want to especially reach out to Mr. Johnson, and I don't know how many on the board that have reviewed the press releases that came out over the last few days. This is not exactly part of the Grant and Loan Committee, but I want to congratulate him. We really appreciate having well-rounded employees at the Business Council, and Tom is exemplary of that, and want to congratulate him on his other work that he does outside the Business Council. With that, I also want to mention one other person that was in those reports, and that's our CFO, Janet, and all of her work that she does outside the Business Council with animals, her nonprofits, and also all the other boards that she serves on. So that's a little bit of a diversion, that the work at hand, but I did want to take the opportunity to thank everyone. So with that, the community grant development information is in section D, beginning on D3. We're going to review 5 projects today, and staff will request, and we will take action on those 5 projects. But before we start on that, as we customarily do, we want to go through our asset allocation plan, which, as Sean referred to earlier, has been a good plan for us to review each meeting. And so we're going to spend a few minutes going through that, and that information is in your packet. So, Julie?
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, Mr. Committee Chair, and members of the board. The balance of the Business Ready Community account to date is approximately $22 million. The funding that was remaining from fiscal year 17 was about $4.1 million. That rolled forward into a balance of $21 million that we had at the beginning of fiscal year 18. Some of those funds were awarded in the last quarter, $4.2 million. So that brings us to the funds available at the beginning of this quarter are $21,373,000, using the funds carried forward and a little bit of the money available for fiscal year 18. You may recall that one of the criteria of the allocation plan is that funds unused from any particular category in a previous quarter will roll forward in that category. That is the case this time, and so what that means is it makes about $10.6 million available under the allocation plan for this quarter. Of course, as you can see, you have before you today projects that total $24 million and staff recommendations for about $18.6 million of that money. This will require you to use funds allocated for quarters 3 and quarter 4, which you may do. The parameters of the allocation plan adopted in May of 2016 allow for funds to be moved forward or to move up to higher priority projects. Rather than provide you with a spreadsheet with a lot of detail, I am prepared to provide you with balances based on potential recommendations as your discussion progresses. And I'd happy to answer any questions if you have any at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Kozlowski. Do we have any question on the allocation plan? I think that was pretty straightforward. Okay. Thank you for that. This is a little bit different. I've never really seen this before, but are there any public comment on our allocation plan? Hearing none, we will go into the various projects that are before us today. Housekeeping as to how we will do that. Staff will provide a summary of the project. We will have a chance to ask Julie questions about that project. We will accept comment on that project from the applicant and the public at that time. We will then move to the next project. We will review that project and go through the same procedure so that we've heard all of the projects, and then we will come back to those as presented in order for any other discussion and action on those particular projects. Any questions on the procedure? Mr. Reese.
Mr. Committee Chairman, as another housekeeping item, there were revisions to both the Sheridan and Upton projects. Those revisions are reflected in the materials that are available to the public, and each of you have a copy of just those two projects. They do not have 3 holes punched, but this is the latest staff recommendation for those two, and then for the other projects, the materials that you've seen before are accurate.
Thank you. Julie, would you like to proceed with the first project, please?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. I will ask Braden to go over the details. It's probably a little more detailed than members of the board need, but for the sake of the public that's listening and that's here that may not be familiar with these projects, we'll cover the project in some detail.
Mr. Committee Chair, members of the board, the first project in front of you is the Sheridan Economic and Educational Development Authority Joint Powers Board, CEDA, which is comprised of the City of Sheridan and the Northern Wyoming Community College District, also known as Sheridan College, request $12,592,090 in business-ready community, business-committed grant funds to construct up to a 100,000 square foot building in the Sheridan High-Tech Business Park to house Project Enterprise. Project Enterprise is an internationally recognized manufacturer and iconic brand name that has chosen to move its corporate headquarters and manufacturing to Sheridan. The company's identity and specific industry remain confidential due to the proprietary nature of its plans and to avoid significant workforce disruption because of its relocation. The company plans to release its name in January of 2018. CEDA owns a 13.74 acre lot and is donating it to the project. 9 acres are proposed for this project, and the remaining 4.74 acres will be retained for future expansion or other follow-on business opportunities. WYDOT is currently working on a multi-million-dollar Interstate 90 interchange access to the park and North Sheridan. The lot will be used is adjacent to Vacutech and in the shadow of the Bighorn Mountains. The building will be owned by CEDA and leased to the company for 20 years. Project Enterprise will have the option to buy the building after the 5th year or during the remainder of the lease period. The company will relocate its C-level executives and other senior-level talent. For business continuity, it will relocate any other willing employees. Approximately 50 to 70 positions above average area wages will be hired locally. The business will have an annual payroll of over $5 million. Staff estimates that the project will generate over $7.4 million in additional state and local taxes, over $164 million in direct and indirect supported payroll, $680 million in additional output, $124 million in household spending, 83 in additional population, and 13 more in K through 12 enrollment. An additional 127,409 square feet of supported office space. Project Enterprise will have a triple net lease for the building for a term of 20 years. CETA will waive lease rates for the first 4 years in consideration of the company's relocation and new equipment costs. Beginning in year 5 and through year 20, the company will have the option to purchase the building and the infrastructure from CETA at a price no greater than the BRC grant amount less the accumulated lease payments at the time the option is exercised. Revenue from the project will split evenly between CETA and the BRC program. The anticipated revenue recapture and state and local tax increases over the life of the project is estimated to be $20,968,052. Should be noted that the ROI on Project Enterprise is 2.34%. The total eligible project cost is $14,875,164, of which 85% represents BRC funds. Project Enterprise will invest an estimated $2 million in relocation expenses and will cover all capital investment in the building and lot over the life of the project, which is expected to be well over $2 million. Staff recommends funding this project in full. Staff sees this project as a win for Sheridan and the state of Wyoming, not only because it will result in the complete corporate relocation of high-value jobs, but also because of the skilled manufacturing jobs, collaboration with Sheridan College, increased tax base, diversification from natural resources sector, and tourism-related benefits. This project can also be a catalyst for other companies in the outdoor recreation space, a targeted industry for the WBC. Staff notes that if the board wishes to recommend this project, it requires the rules to be waived as the amount requested exceeds normal grant maximums. There are representatives from CETA here today to answer any questions, as well as company representatives on the phone that remain confidential through our discussions.
Great, thank you very much. So as you can tell, this is a very exciting project. I thought I might speak to one thing that has come up. So it is unusual for those of you that haven't been on the board for that long, including myself, that projects come under consideration where the company name is confidential. However, it has been done. Magpul came in under Project Roger. Microsoft was Project Summit. And then there was another Microsoft project that came in under project named Neofan. So this is not without precedent. It has been done before. Obviously, those projects did work out quite well. There's numerous reasons why a company might want to remain anonymous until the time that they choose to make that information. I'm not going to go through all of them, but obviously, when you're dealing with a national or international name, there are other competitors. If those competitors were to learn plans, it may put the project in jeopardy. Companies may have new technologies. There are other players in those new technologies. Sometimes there is information that has been disclosed or has not been disclosed to employees. That is clearly the purview of the company to do that as they see appropriate. Sometimes companies have not notified suppliers of a change or vendors, and obviously that information should be disclosed to those people, again, as the company sees fit. Economic development organizations often want to keep projects confidential until announcements. for a myriad of reasons. So I did want to throw that out because that is a question that I have heard raised, and so I wanted to deal with that. There is also a statutory authority for us to do that. It happens to be Wyoming Statute 16-4-203 for those that actually care about that sort of information. I have that attached should anyone care to get into that, and I would look to my esteemed colleague and attorney, Ms. Getz, to answer any of those questions, of course. I'm only kidding. And it also was brought up that we, as we get into the approval process, will have to look at our rules, Section 11, under extraordinary circumstances, the council may recommend waiver of rule requirements if the council determines the waiver is consistent with the purpose of the Business Ready Community Grant and Loan Program. So I wanted to get those out in advance of any discussion. And with that, before we ask the applicant, are there any questions for Mr. Connor?
I have just one question. On page 10, it discusses a little bit of a clawback should the company cease operation. Can you explain a little bit more, either you or Julie or your whole team, as to what that, it says there's a lien against the sale of the property. Is that the mechanism by which you'll collect those funds back? Is that
You're the lien on the property? No. Mr. Chairman, Ms. DeVore, that clawback provision is still in negotiation. I don't think all the details of it are settled yet. This was a concern of the CETA board that they have some mechanism to recapture their investment in the project should things not go as planned. So it was sort of a late development in the process, and so it's still under negotiation. I assume this is, I don't think it's going to deal with the lien on the building. I think it deals with some sort of payment from the company, but that's my understanding. But if I'm wrong about that, there's certainly representation here to correct me.
good? Thank you very much, Julie. My point being, CETA owns the building, so placing a lien against it is no club. So thank you. I'm glad it's still in discussion.
Thank you. Mr. Anderson.
Thank you. I have a few questions. Is that okay?
Please proceed.
And let me preface my remarks by stating parenthetically, but importantly, I think this is great, and I'm going to vote for it. Al, Mr. Johnson, you're going to earn your keep. On page D11, there's delineated various civil and mechanical costs, yet the document doesn't tell me who architected or configured those numbers. Are you at liberty to tell me what engineering company or architect company you used to compile those numbers?
We don't at this time. We can get back to you with that answer.
Okay.
Mr. Anderson, just real quick, this is Tom.
Sorry.
I'm trying to earn my keep today. We require applicants to use a licensed architect or engineer to come up with those costs. So they have to be licensed in Wyoming to do these sorts of things, and they have to be stamped in the application. So I can't recall the name of the company that has done that, but whoever did it was required to be licensed or engineer or architect. And so those costs, we believe, are accurate, and they were developed in a way that's professionally done.
Several years ago, I was the curmudgeon that asked that all of the reports on a going forward basis list the name of the engineering or the architect entity. That's why it was near and dear to my heart. Question number two, I know we've done projects of this magnitude, but is this going to be precedent setting, or is this consistent with previous large scope projects of this nature? I don't know if I'm making sense, but do you understand my question?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Anderson, yes. This project, we had, when Magpul originally came in, it was over $13 million. So it didn't end up being that in the end result because we found an existing building versus constructing a building. But it was approved originally at, I believe, $13.1 million. So this wouldn't be the largest, although I think it probably comes in at number 2.
And is it safe to say, and I'm not trying to be sardonic here, that the Magpul one has turned out to be marvelous? And so we feel comfortable we can go to the taxpayers of Wyoming and say, hey, we have a precedent here with approving these large dollar projects and that they have done marvelously well. Is that our position to a certain degree here as we try to look forward on this project?
Mr. Anderson, I would say that when we evaluate a project, the staff does its homework to make sure that we're investing those dollars wisely and that the return will be positive for the state of Wyoming. And I think that's true of a $13 million project or a $1 million project. So we're confident that this project has a positive return, that we believe the benefits exceed what the investment will be, and thus the positive recommendation.
Mr. Anderson, if I may add, you referenced Magpul. Magpul has been wildly successful. They originally promised about 90 jobs. I believe they're almost double that number. They were quite high for a while, but then the industry took a little bit of a business cycle downturn, and so they had to reduce the numbers. But if you looked at what Magpul had promised the state of Wyoming, it was around 80 to 90 jobs, I believe. I believe they're up over 160 still, so it has been very, very successful from our perspective, both from a jobs number but also from an investment standpoint. And I would say, and just note, that in the case of Magpul, that was the manufacturing side. In this case, we're getting both the manufacturing and the C-level executives, the creative team, the R&D, the engineering, the marketing department. So we're getting even more than we did in that case.
My last question, Mr. Co-Committee Chairman, deals with skin in the game. Obviously, when January comes around and they disclose who the company is, we'll all say, geez, I shouldn't have even asked this question. But my question is what skin in the game requirements are we putting in? I noticed that they're going to put in $2 million for relocation and mobilization, demobilization costs. But are they going to be personal guarantors? I mean, what if they don't perform? What if we don't have a Magpul? What assurance can you give to the taxpayers to assuage them that if they don't perform, the state's not out? You understand my question, and can you
I do.
speak to it?
You've asked it numerous occasions on different projects, and I think I understand it. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Anderson, I would say that, first let me say this company that is not being disclosed has been around for a significant period of time. They have a history, decades and decades and decades, and even more decades of operating successfully in the United States internationally. It's an iconic brand, it's a big name. The management team has a history of being successful. So we put the chances of something going bad at a really low rate, really low rate. So we've looked at the company's financial statements 5 years going back to 2013. We've also looked at the pro formas going forward. So we've had a chance to actually look at what the management team's done in terms of controlling fixed cost, variable cost, maintaining their margins, collecting on their receivables, managing their inventory cycle. We feel very confident that the company is well within its industry standards. So we pull industry standards for specific industries and sectors, and we did that for this industry. Looked at the company and benchmarked their historical performance against the industry standards. They're well within those standards of the industry. They do manage the company very well. Long operating history, so we don't see this happening even in the typical business cycle where you see ups and downs. So we don't foresee that happening. If in the event that something catastrophic did happen, and we've had this happen on a few rare occasions in the BRC program, I would note that the asset is owned by the community. So the company doesn't get the asset if they don't perform. Something doesn't occur where the taxpayers lose that asset. So the community still owns that asset. They've been collecting lease payments, so you get all those tax benefits also from the company operating until the point that they didn't perform. Then they also own the asset. So the community owns the land that they put in and also the building that was constructed. They can then market that facility so they have that asset. So the taxpayer doesn't lose anything, and that's how we keep the consideration in Section 16.6 of the Constitution kosher. With respect to what the company's putting in their skin in the game, I would say it's a little bit more than just relocation costs. The equipment that they're buying is $2 million, roughly. It could be even more as they expand. The relocation cost itself, to move a company is a very big endeavor. That could be $2 to $3 million, so that's another cost they have to bear. They do have quite a large working capital line that they may or may not move depending on how they look at that, so they've got to keep those caveats of that loan together as they move. And they're going to invest $5 to $6 million in payroll over the next 20 years. And so I believe they are making a lot of investments when they do those private sector loans. Yes, they do have personal guarantees existing right now in their banking relationships, and they will have similar caveats with the banking relationships that they have and have developed in Wyoming as we've toured them around the community. So I believe that they do have a lot of skin in the game and will continue to have skin in the game. And further, and finally, they have a long history of being successful in their industry, and with a management team that's experienced and well-versed in how to manage those business cycles. I hope that answered your question, Mr. Harrison.
It does, and thank you, Mr. Johnson. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Getz?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a couple of questions and comments. First, to the applicant on the phone. I, like everybody else, don't know who you are, but welcome. Thank you for choosing Wyoming. You had 49 other states, or 48, depending on where you are, to consider, and we welcome you. And not being in the area of Sheridan, I am thrilled to see how the impact plays out across the whole state. I mean, what better example of diversification could this project be? Having said that, I know that all of us have engaged in a lot of study of this project before today's meeting. We're a really active vocal board. We ask lots of questions, or at least I do. So the lack of detail of questions may come from having done our homework in advance. But, you know, Julie and your team, I guess you guys have spent a lot of time on this project. I want you to just comment on that, on what the vetting process has looked like, and maybe even more importantly, how is the Business Council going to be a conduit to making sure that this project is successful for not just Sheridan, but the state? And what I mean by that is, you know, we can recruit and we can get the company here, and you have hopefully done that. But what about housing? What about how are we linking this company with training and workforce and meeting the initiatives that I think Endow has set out to meet and have us consider? Because I think the Business Council is demonstrating all of those through this project. So could you comment on that?
Absolutely. Yeah. Mr. Chairman, Ms. Getz, members of the board, the company actually went through the same process that other leads go through. It was distributed across the state, communities that were interested. And I'll just preface my remarks by saying I'll ask Tom to follow up in some detail because he has worked on it from the get-go. After that, it followed the normal procedures. The application was submitted from the local government entity, the Joint Powers Board. We reviewed the information, did some additional research, asked questions, the same thing that we do with every project. We put in extra time on this one because, of course, the request is large, and so we wanted to be certain that the company was solid. We wanted to be certain that there was adequate workforce. The college has been integral in this process in terms of meeting with company representatives to assure them of their programs and how they are able to train an adequate workforce. I think that was a key consideration. The housing was considered. The community feels like they have adequate housing. The company felt the same. We did consider all of those pieces and parts because of the size of the project. We do that with every project, but again, because of the size of it, we spent a little extra time and effort on this one. Tom, do you have anything to add?
Sure. Mr. Chairman, Ms. Getz. This process really starts with a gentleman by the name of Brandon Marshall, who's in the audience. He just got promoted, but he's really in charge of our recruiting. And so I was lucky enough to join Brandon when we first met with this company over a year and a half ago. And the process really does begin with that. Brandon meets with the company, understands their requirements. We were competing with several states and their ample incentives on this project, so we had to roll out our incentive package as well. And the BRC really was the great equalizer. Other states can abate property taxes. They can forego sales taxes on equipment just like we can, but they have a whole tool and plethora of incentives that they can throw at companies. We don't always have those tools, but what we do have is the ability to use the BRC. And I have talked to the company principals, and without the BRC, it didn't really matter how great our tax structure was, our great quality of life, all the things we talk about every day. Those were important, but they didn't make the difference at the end of the day. The fact that we can utilize the BRC program in this capacity really is the great equalizer for Wyoming, and I just want to make sure folks know that. So investments in infrastructure are extremely important, and they made the difference here going against some of the other states and the incentives that I knew that they were trying to throw at the company. With respect to the process itself, as Julie said, we put this out to the WEDA network. All of our economic development professionals across the state, they have a chance to bid on these projects. We get those proposals back, we give them to the communities, or excuse me, we get the community's proposals, give them to the company. The company then narrows down that list. The company narrowed down this list of communities to 3 sites, Cody, Laramie, and Sheridan. Then we took them on site visits to all 3 towns, and from there, the company narrowed it down to Sheridan. And then we began negotiating with the company about what they needed with respect to facility needs, transition space, workers. When they were in Sheridan, I can just tell you that the Dr. Paul Young and Sheridan College, they were amazing. Susan Bigelow's here as well from the community college, or from Sheridan College. They were amazing. The fact that they had a training program already in place, they were training company or employees in the specific industry. It was just something that the company was wowed by. The Bighorns played a big part, just the outdoor lifestyle. Sheridan was just the right community for them. It was just big enough to get the workforce, but small enough to layer in with the company's brand and their image of the outdoor recreation and lifestyle they wanted to have. And so Sheridan was just a great place. Sheridan had been making investments in infrastructure, in business parks, in amenities. That all played into the decision process. And so it was really fortuitous that Sheridan had been making those investments through the BRC program as well. And so we were just very, very excited and lucky. Now, what it'll do in the future, I think, it'll put us on the map. I mean, Magpul and HiViz got us to a place where I think we've been getting more looks. HiViz went to Laramie, Magpul came to Cheyenne. I think that helped open the door in the outdoor recreation space for us to get a company of this magnitude. And I think once we get through this process, if we're lucky enough to get it approved and make the announcement, I think it'll continue to get us larger and larger looks in this outdoor recreation space, which I do believe that's where we have a comparative advantage. We don't have a comparative advantage, as Sarah Fitzgerald said yesterday, in some industries. Some we do. In the outdoor recreation space, we definitely have a comparative advantage, and we can seize upon our assets and our incentives to continue to drive that train.
I just wanted to thank you for that. I just wanted, Mr. Chairman, to make one follow-up comment, and that is, I hope that assuming this project goes through, which I fully support, that our communities look at this as an example, and that the process moving forward is as good as the process has been to get to this point. What I mean by that is I really like that I don't know the company's name. I really like that there isn't the politics of that associated with it. The project's been evaluated based on its merits. And the one thing we always hear, and I think it's been stressed more times today maybe than past meetings, is that we need to be business friendly. And that means regulation. And we keep hearing about the regulatory impositions. And I really hope, and I know Sheridan will do this, but I hope other communities will look at a win like we're getting here and continue the business-friendly approach moving forward. Regulatory process doesn't stop once we get the company. It continues throughout the duration of the transition of the company and their growth and expansion. And if we're truly going to diversify our economy, we have to look at regulatory processes moving forward. And that starts at the municipal level, frankly. And when municipalities come in and make it hard for an offshoot of this company, for example, to relocate and impose hoops and barriers that companies have to get through or say no, it's a sign to the bigger companies of why they don't want to come. So I hope this doesn't just stop. Again, welcome to Wyoming. We hope that our initial graces that you guys have established for these folks to come, from my perspective, continue all the way moving forward.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, I neglected to mention two more things. Brandon Marshall, again, I just can't praise him enough. He did a lot of upfront work on this. We did go visit the company. That's one of the things that we always do. And this was established several years ago under Ben Avery. We realized that one of the things that we can do in Wyoming that's better than most states is we can develop relationships quickly because of our size of our population. So every time we get a lead that's significant, or even sometimes insignificant, we go and visit the company at their facility. We did this in this case, so we were able to actually see the company on site where it's at. And then Ms. Getz, I forgot to mention the regulation as well. The company is in a location right now in which it's heavily regulated, and that's been a huge barrier. When we were able to demonstrate to the company the lack of regulation in Wyoming, the business-friendly tax climate as well. I know I just disparaged low taxes earlier. I didn't mean to. I did play an important role here, but just the lack of regulation in Wyoming that allowed these guys to put their capital into other things versus fighting regulation, I think was also very attractive to the company. I forgot to mention that. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to comment on Ms. Getz's comments because I share a lot of those comments and views, and since she stated them, I won't have to reiterate them, but thank you very much for that. Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Chairman, Julie, I know when you are putting a project together, a big project together like this, you're very conservative in your job estimates. Vacutech, I think, in Magpul. Something this big, which I think is a phenomenal project. I wish it would have come to Cheyenne, but can you tell us how conservative you were? It seems to me like a company, which I have no idea who it is, but world-renowned recognition. There might be a lot more wiggle room than 50 to 70 jobs. Could you comment on that? How conservative were you when you put this together?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Sullivan, those numbers are actually from the company. So it's their best guess at this is what we know we can do for job creation moving forward. If it exceeds that, and we anticipate it might, so much the better. But you're right, we do like to be conservative. But it's really driven from the company's perspective as to what do they feel will meet their needs for the amount of production they anticipate and the size of community and all those factors that come into play.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I could add again. When we talk to the company, we do encourage them to be conservative. In this case, the company was very conservative with its estimates. What we don't want to do in Wyoming, and we generally don't do that because of our culture, is overpromise and underdeliver. We try to encourage the company to be realistic. And in this case, the company was very realistic with its numbers, and they certainly share the values and culture of Wyoming. We've had many interactions with this management team, and they're Wyoming to the core. And so part of that was they want to be humble, don't want to overpromise, and so they set those levels at where they believe are realistic. And it wouldn't shock me if they were able to meet those numbers and exceed those numbers by a significant margin in the future, because they really were as conservative as they could be.
Well, I think if it's good enough for you guys, it's good enough for me. Thank you.
Mr. Sopko.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I obviously have a little bit of bias here. I'm full disclosure from live in the Sheridan area, but I'm speaking without bias here because I feel that this is fantastic for the state as a whole. That being said, I just have a couple of quick comments. First, I want to commend the City of Sheridan and the Wyoming Business Council for the efforts leading up to this. I've only been on the council for four years now, I think. So a lot of it predates me, but the City of Sheridan and the folks in Sheridan County have made a tremendous investment in that community. The Wyoming Business Council has also backed their play in that. We have the YO Theater, we have the Senior Center, we have the Business Park, the High Tech Park, we have countless investments and efforts that the community have taken on that set us up for this, for the big time. We're talking about the big leagues now, but we spent a lot of time in the minors building up to this point. We now have a very, very high quality, very marketable community as a result of that. And it's not just the Business Council, and that's why I bring up the community of Sheridan. We've mentioned it a number of times since I've been on the board, that one of the beauties of these communities that come to us is we like to see it for the last dollar. They go out and they tap their local efforts and their local people before they come to the Business Council, and then they come to us for the last dollar to push them over the top. And so that skin in the game that we talk about, I feel that Sheridan has a tremendous amount of skin in the game for everything that's brought us to this point. That being said, I made a couple of notes this morning just from some of the presentations that we've had, and we've talked about economic diversification in the state of Wyoming. We talked about Endow and their efforts there. We've talked about job growth and retention, keeping our kids in the state of Wyoming so that we don't have this brain drain as they want to leave the state because there are no opportunities here. We've talked about opportunities for growth and stability of our communities and our local economies. And this is what we do as the Wyoming Business Council and what our fantastic staff do and what we're trying to go towards in our individual communities. And I know this is a huge project from a dollars and cents standpoint, but based on everything that we've heard from staff and based on your recommendations, this is why we do it. Yes, it's a big investment, but we're talking about an opportunity that will come back more than tenfold. We're talking about an opportunity to bring a world-class company into our small state and really bring some attention to the state, not just to Sheridan, but to the state. We're talking about an opportunity to potentially bring additional companies then that may be support companies for this. And so, yes, while it is a huge investment on our part, I think this is why we do all these other small projects. This is why we invest in our state. It's for this type of an opportunity. And I obviously plan to support the opportunity. But more than anything, I wanted to thank this board, this staff, and the community of Sheridan and all the communities that are represented here today for putting us in this position. And I, for one, look forward to bringing another company to Wyoming.
Thank you. Any other, Mr. Wandler?
Yeah, I want to talk about a few of the items that make this a really interesting project to me. We don't see these come around very often. This is a big project and a lot of money, but you've done an incredible job finding this opportunity for the state. And Sheridan, I agree with you, Sheridan has been bringing it. I've got manufacturing facilities in Sheridan, and Sheridan is very impressive in the fact that they can draw in manufacturers like this and support them very well. Kudos to Sheridan area. I love manufacturing, so these guys are not only, they have a product, they're designing new products, they're manufacturing it right there. That right there gets me excited. The fact that it's a global iconic brand, how many opportunities do we get to do that? I mean, we should jump on any of those. But the biggest one that really I think we need to keep focused on and jump on any opportunity, when the company's willing to move their corporate headquarters and their talent, their executive talent, those are the people that create other opportunities and other businesses spin out and they make things happen. So we don't get that chance very often where people are going to move their corporate HQ. A lot of people want to come here and set up shop, keep corporate in some other state. So I don't think we can underestimate the value of that, and we need to keep an eye on that and encourage that whenever we can. Thank you.
Any other? Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, Wyoming truly is a wonderful place to raise a business and a wonderful place to raise a family. The spin-off or the backward linkage or multiplier effect is very important too, because manufacturing is right at the top of the list of what it spins off in terms of other economic opportunity and development around. For every dollar that this company produces, another $1.33 is also used and supported or developed in the area to support that $1 that's produced. $1.33 goes to things like construction and transportation, education, from the workforce development standpoint, utilities and services, and air service, hotel, the people that'll visit the company, the local suppliers, the banking and financial services that will benefit from this. And actually, manufacturing is at the top of the list. Manufacturing, $1.33, according to the U.S. Bureau of Economic Affairs, compares to, let's say, construction industry at 86 cents of back spin, or retail trade of 66 cents, or warehousing of $1, or information services or information technology as being 80 cents. Manufacturing is always at the top of the list at $1.33 back to the community, in addition to what the company will be spending. Wyoming's a great place to raise a business and raise a family, and it's why we celebrate manufacturing in the diversifying our economy, and why we would welcome these folks to Wyoming and to Sheridan.
Thank you for that. Mr. Cavello.
Thank you, Chairman Lockhart. I'd like to address an item or two to the people out here in the audience and the general public and the legislature out there. The majority of our board is going to consider this project without knowing the name of the company or a lot of the background. Project Enterprise, you're on the phone. I understand you're listening, and we welcome you and the chance to vet this project. But I would like to say that this is not really a huge leap of faith on our part, because our staff is doing the same thing they do with the companies that we know the names of. And I think we're all very confident in the fact that they have looked at the numbers, they have gone through all of the information out there, and if they're coming forward with this strong of a recommendation, and they also have the people from Sheridan who have done the same thing, they're taking on the same responsibility, this is not a huge leap of faith for us. And I think that we're doing basically the same thing that we do or have done in the past. And anytime I have kind of, I guess, deviated from that course and forgot that, I can thank Chairman Lockhart for bringing me back to center and reminding me that this is what we do and this is what we are about. Thank you, Chairman Lockhart.
Thank you, Mr. Cavello. Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman, I should thank a couple more people that I've neglected to mention. First, the woman to my left, Brandy Harlow, she has played an important role. The regional directors are the lifeline of the Business Council, and to not mention her was just an oversight on my part. She's done amazing work through this whole process, seamlessly integrated between us and Cheyenne, the company, the community. So Brandy's did an amazing, amazing job. Forgot to mention her. I should also mention board member Kinsey. When we brought the company to Sheridan, we actually took the executive team to meet Ron and his executive team, and I believe one of their executives said to the company, "You can go pheasant hunting on your lunch break if you'd like," and that was very appealing to the company executives. And so we can't thank Ron and his team enough for that. I mentioned Dr. Paul Young at Sheridan College and Susan Bigelow at Sheridan College. When we brought the company to visit them, Paul Young made a statement right in my face. He said, "We have the best training program in the United States for this." And I said, "Prove it." And he just laughed, and then he did prove it. And so Dr. Young was amazing. And then finally, the governor's office, Nephi Cole, and the governor himself have visited with the company on numerous occasions. The governor has met with them personally. And so it would be really, really stupid on my part not to mention that the governor was very, very helpful in getting this company here. And he met with the company personally, their executives, and he made a big, big difference. So it wasn't just the Business Council, the governor's office played a big, big role.
Well, I think it goes without saying that Wyoming has things to offer that perhaps other states, and I think being able to meet with the governor is perhaps one of those. And that's why we all live here, and that's why it's a great place for other companies to come, and I think it was appropriate that you mentioned that, Mr. Johnson.
Got it in.
With that, I would guess that there are people from Sheridan, perhaps maybe the mayor, and perhaps other people that would like to come address us. I would tell you that you've heard our discussion, and I think we have a pretty good idea of what's going on. We do want to hear what you have to say, but keep that in mind because I think it's going pretty well for you.
Hello, I'm Roger Miller, the Mayor of Sheridan. I will keep it absolutely very short. I just wanted to do a quick little brief rundown. This is one of the best councils, or the best council and board in the state of Wyoming, because it's a bunch of business people doing the right thing for the state of Wyoming. And this is a huge project for the whole state of Wyoming. I just wanted to come out and thank everybody for all the work that has been done throughout the state, from the governor's office to the Wyoming Business Council, to all the staff, to all the staff in Sheridan, also the regional staffs that have worked on this. You know, it's not just Sheridan. It's been a collaborative of a lot of the state coming together and doing a lot of great work, and hearing all the great comments and understanding the work that's gone into it. We just really wanted to come and say thank you. I should have just said thank you and walked away, but you know, it's one of those things that you have to say thank you to everybody. And also thank you to the company that wants to come here. You know, this is what makes Wyoming great. We are a fantastic state, and if not for Wyoming as a whole, the regions working together, our communities, you know, Gillette, Sheridan, Buffalo, working together, this is going to help our entire region and our community as well. So even down to our smaller communities, Dayton, Ranchester, Story, Claremont, we're all going to be extremely thankful, and we just really appreciate everything that you've done. And we have answers to a few of those questions. Our staff has definitely worked very hard and followed up with everything that's been asked. And we are very much looking forward to this if it can go through. So we appreciate all that you've done and everything that everybody has done in this. So thank you. Oh, and we would stand for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mayor, I'm curious, just quickly, comment on, did you have to get uncomfortable? I mean, did you have to step out of the box of being mayor? You know, transparency, keeping the name of the company confidential, working at a different speed, maybe the speed of this business and how this business needed to grow. It's a hard box, I would assume, for a municipality to get out of, and I hope that other communities across our state will watch what you've done and watch what you'll continue to do, because I said regulation before, but it's not going to stop here. What's Sheridan doing and have you done to make this happen?
How many questions was that? 8? So, yes.
She's kind of bashful.
My forte.
Yes, to all of that. I did have to step out, especially being, an 11-month-old mayor. So that's infancy, if nobody knows that. But I did have to step outside of that comfort level. But I was very comfortable with it because of the statute reasons, because of the precedent, because of the hard work that's been done, because of the way Wyoming has come together and worked on this, really, I believe, as a state. And so every individual, every taxpayer in the state of Wyoming should be extremely proud and comfortable with this whole process. And that's where I became comfortable with it. I'm like, okay, if it's precedent is there and it's following the rules and the statutes, I'm 100% comfortable with it. And I had to get there based on being A, new, and B, learning what I needed to learn. And so if I've answered them all kind of in a lump sum, yes. Thank you. Any
other
others?
questions? Any other comments from the other individuals that you have?
They're really more the technical crew, so if you want to know technical answers, we can absolutely let them say things. This is Susan Bigelow, one that was being talked about as far as some of the hard work. This is Lane Thompson. He's kind of filled in for some of the gaps that we had to fill in when some of our wonderful staff moved on to greater jobs in Cheyenne to continue the great work. So we appreciate all that's been done. And again, thank you very much, and we look forward to hearing your decision.
Thank you. Any other questions? Mr. Johnson?
Mr. Chairman, I've just heard from one of the company principals, and they are so overwhelmed by the support that they're hearing during this meeting that I believe they would like to speak for about 30 to 60 seconds, if you would allow that. So I guess we'll call them Mr. Enterprise. If you're on the phone, would you please go ahead and take the floor and say your piece?
Mr. Johnson, Tom, thank you so much. We feel so much gratitude for listening and the overwhelming support that's happened the last hour during this board meeting. We went as an organization to several other states, and as Tom clearly stated, many states have a lot of great, amazing things. The BRC program certainly was the tipping point, and so then we said, all right, let's go down this road and let's pursue it. And the more we have, the open arms we felt from Wyoming, whether it be through the Wyoming Business Council or the governor's office, and then Sheridan, their local team that's in place, CETA, and everybody that's been involved. It has been an unbelievable ride and experience so far, and we just are absolutely thrilled for the opportunity to be there. So at first it was a business conversation, but we are an organization that is close and together as employees and associates. We're family. We'll be losing a lot of those as we relocate, and looking forward to getting new family members to be a part of the team. And couldn't be more thrilled with the state that we've chosen, and look forward to growing our business there. But furthermore, to hopefully boosting the economy there. Certainly a big level of responsibility after this last hour, that we feel to be there and to be successful. But it's an honor to be considered for this grant. We don't take it lightly. We want to let you know that we do not take this lightly. We don't want to feel entitled. And we know when we get there, we have a lot of work to do for our brand and for the great state of Wyoming. So on behalf of our anonymous organization, which I do apologize for, wish we could share it now, and hopefully we will in January if everything goes forward and the grant is approved, and look forward to meeting many of you in the months and years ahead as we grow our business in Wyoming together. So thank you so much, and I better stop there before I reveal something that might give something away. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments, and we appreciate your coming to Wyoming. Are there any other questions? I'm going to take the prerogative of the chair, and I'm going to break from the procedure that I indicate we would follow. And what I'm looking for now is a motion to waive the rule requirement for this project, because it's consistent with the purpose of the Business Ready Community Grant and Loan Program to allow us to vote on this project because of its size.
So moved.
Second.
There's been a motion to approve the waiver of the requirements for the size project. It's been seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of that motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Thank you very much. Are there any other questions for the applicant? If not, I would entertain a motion to approve the project.
So moved.
Great. So, sorry, I was distracted there. So there's been a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any comment? Is there any public comment that we have not heard?
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman, my name is Randy Dice. I was former mayor of Buffalo. I would just like to thank this board really quickly, because we also changed the rules one time for the New Growth Alliance, the regional effort in Northeast Wyoming, to provide a large grant to set that up. And this project was done by the proposal for this project was done by that organization. The staff put that proposal together along with the CETA organization, and we want to thank you for allowing us to put a regional organization together so that we would be able to do these kinds of projects and bring those to Northeast Wyoming. So I really want to take the opportunity to thank this board for bending the rules one time, for giving us the biggest planning grant in history when we gave Buffalo, Sheridan, and Gillette the large planning grant. And so we're supportive of this project completely, and we're glad to see it come into Northeast Wyoming.
Thank you.
Hello, Chairman. Anya Bundell, Director of Business Development at Cheyenne Leads. Having been on the other side of one of these projects, pushing through Project Summit, pushing through Project Roger and Project Snephogram, I understand the need and importance of confidentiality, and I also know what a leap of faith it is for people who don't know the identity of companies to still vote in favor of those. However, also having been on the other side, I know how many hours of work and due diligence and review that is done by the local communities, by Wyoming Business Council, and then also at the Attorney General's office. We are thrilled about this project. I think it's a great win for Wyoming. Cheyenne Leads is very supportive of this, and I hope it can go all the way through. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Sorry I got that a little bit out of order, but in the excitement of moving at the speed of business, it did not seem appropriate that we were going to delay this action till the end of the day. So having a motion on the floor to approve Project Enterprise as recommended by staff, all in favor of that motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
With that, Julie, shall we move into our second project?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I'll ask Braden to present the details of the project from the town of Upton.
The second project is the town of Upton requests a $3 million Business Ready Community Business Committed Grant and a $3 million Business Committed Loan to construct a 40,000 square foot rail car cleaning and repair facility. The facility will be built on a lot owned by the Upton Economic Development Board that is adjacent to the BNSF Railroad main line in the Upton Logistics Park. Tiger Transfer LLC owns and operates the park. The Economic Development Agency awarded the Upton Economic Development Board $1,946,625 for rail and turnout construction. The Upton Economic Development Board matched the grant for a total of $3,893,250. Approximately 11,000 feet of rail and 14 rail switches will be constructed. The rail will be arranged in 8 ladder tracks. 6 of those tracks will pass through the rail car cleaning and repair facility and will be used to transport rail cars to and from the facility. The remaining 2 tracks will serve as additional storage for passing trains. The 14 switches will ensure efficient movement of cars for storage and service. The facility will have room to store a unit coal train, which consists of 135 rail cars. The proposed rail repair and cleaning facility will be an all-inclusive maintenance facility. This includes inspections, painting, cleaning, welding, part replacement, repairs of all levels, and annual rail car maintenance work. Discussions have begun between Eastern Wyoming College and the business owners to develop a comprehensive workforce training program. Atlas Coal will be doing business as Railcar Holdings will operate the facility. Railcar Holdings will work in close relationship with Tiger Transfer, which currently provides switching, transloading, and storage services. The region lacks railcar repair cleaning services. More than 1 million rail cars pass through the site annually. Goals of the project: create 57 jobs by the end of calendar year 18 that provide approximately $3.1 million in total wages. Add an additional 51 jobs by year 6, increasing total wages to $4.7 million. Process 2,500 rail cars in year 1 and increase by 500 cars in the following years. Benefits to locating the railcar facility in Upton and along the BNSF mainline: the project will be constructed alongside an established rail business owned by Tiger Transfer, which provides access to 40,600 feet of rail, switching services, and 300 acres to expand. The site is adjacent to a rail junction, which will provide low-cost, convenient rail car movement. The BNSF mainline has as many as 70 trains passing through Upton per day and is one of the most active shipping lanes in the country. The Upton Logistics Park has access to deep wells that will be utilized for waste disposal. The town of Upton requests a $3 million BRC loan to help fund the building and necessary infrastructure. The proposed terms of the loan include a 20-year note with a variable interest rate starting at 0%, increasing by 1/4% every 4 years to finish at 1% by year 20. The triple net lease agreement between the Upton Economic Development Board and Railcar Holdings will be for the term of 20 years. Rent will be $200,000 annually, and the interest of the loan increases incrementally between 0 and 1% over the term of the loan. The town of Upton will recapture the difference of the lease payment less debt service, which will be between $41,000 and $50,000 annually. If funded, the construction bid will be awarded upon execution of the grant agreement. The construction of the rail, which is funded by EDA grant funds, will commence in March of 2018. Construction of the building would follow the rail starting in April of 2018. Estimated construction completion is July of 2018 with a planned business opening in September of 2018. Funding, the total project cost is $15,889,937. There's a total of $9,889,937 of ineligible project costs that are funded by the Economic Development Administration, Upton Economic Development Board match, and private investment. The remaining $6 million represent the eligible project costs, of which $3 million is BRC grant and $3 million is BRC loan. The staff recommends funding in full contingent on the EDA and State of Wyoming share in a first lien position on the land the rail and building will be constructed, and the understanding that investors in the proposed project may be hesitant to commit their cash contributions. All funds totaling $5,996,687 must be evidenced by one or more of the following instruments by February 28, 2018. Bank statement of Atlas Coal doing business as Railcar Holdings showing balance of account, a signed letter from bank president stating line of credit availability, balance of Railcar Holdings and or investors of the company, an investment account statement stating availability of funds in a liquid investment account of Atlas Coal doing business as Railcar Holdings and or investors in the company. The ROI done on this project comes in at 4.25%. There are representatives from the company as well as the town of Upton to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Connor. Any questions? Ms. Katz?
I know you're shocked.
I'm shocked.
Why?
But
Why?
That'll be your question.
Why now? Why? This project seems like a no-brainer to me. It's to me just as valuable as Project Enterprise. Why now? Is it because of what Mr. Sopko was saying before, that we've supported other companies that have led to creating this this timeliness?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Getz, I think in part maybe the company would like to address that. Why now, in terms of why do they feel it's the right time to invest their funding into the project. But in terms of the readiness of the community, I think that there is that element of there's been previous investment by the Business Council in terms of into that park where the project will be located, and even some quality of life investments in the town of Upton in their park, for example, and a community center that make Upton, a more livable community. So some previous investment by the Business Council, also a business decision by these business owners that they feel the time is right to make this investment. Of course, it's based on some of the climate in that particular industry, too. There are aging facilities or rail car repair facilities that are small, that can't handle the volume that is necessary. The parts that are aging, there's a facility that just can't handle some of the need at this point in time because it's old and hasn't been updated. So there's definitely a market need, and I think these folks recognize that and saw a place where they could.
Mr. Cavello.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If my math is correct, you're basing your projections on capturing 0.25% of the rail car traffic. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Covello, yes, that's correct, because they're being very conservative. They believe, of course, that there's a whole lot more potential out there than that. But in an effort to be realistic, conservative, understanding that there's always a little bit of fits and starts with a new company, that they'll have to work through having their processes in place, they felt like this was a reasonable number that they could achieve easily and be solid in their predictions and their responsibilities to the community and to this grant process.
Mr. Chairman, we also had the business plan reviewed by a third-party expert in this specific industry, and they believe that those numbers were conservative and also accurate in their potential as well.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff?
I think more just a comment. I think the original investment that was made to create the rail facility in Upton at the time it was done was, I think, visionary at the time, probably a little bit risky, and the state stood up and helped the community put that in. I think from the perspective of Upton, this project will be the kind of a project that, linked with what's already been done there and invested by the state, this is going to keep Upton on a trajectory that is, for a small town, which is totally amazing, even compared to what's going on with Project Enterprise in Sheridan, like Megan mentioned. This is beyond huge for the impact of a very small town in Wyoming that has the potential to maintain and improve the quality of life for many, many decades to come.
Thank you. Mr. Anderson, did you have questions?
Yes, I do. This was my last go-around, I think. And I'm going to vote for this. I think Mr. Espy was spot on, and this is a huge rock in a small pond, and the beneficial waves will be great. Hey, Julie, wasn't there at the last legislative session some tax provisions on minimizing tax on rail cars? Am I correct? And does that tax initiative help here?
Mr. Chairman, I think I can handle that, and I'll defer to Sean, too, because I think Sean was involved, and Mr. Avery, if Ben's here as well. I'm not sure if he is.
I screwed up. Wasn't there something dealing with that?
I think it was the exemption on
rail cars and demurrage?
Rolling stock, yes, it was the exemption. I believe it was renewed again, so that was in the last session, and we did some work on that for the legislature so that they could make that determination, and that was the ROI on allowing for that exemption was solid and sound.
Okay, so that helped make sure that made this more attractive.
I believe so. I defer to the locals, but I believe so, yes.
What's the population of Upton? I should know, but I don't. 1,100. Thank you, 1,100. So the employees, the incremental employees, are they going to target individuals who got lost jobs because of the coal decline, or are they going to bring people from the outside, or a combination of both? Or
Mr. Chairman, we did some significant analysis on this as well. So the job losses up in that northeast Wyoming we think are significant enough to draw some of those existing workers. But we also talked to folks like Mr. Easley and others in the area who understand the labor shed and the commute patterns of that area, and we feel comfortable that it will draw from all around that area and the existing labor force. And I would encourage the locals to also address that question, but we didn't have any problem with that, and we talked significantly to Mike about that specific topic, and if Mike wanted to weigh in, I'd encourage that as well, but we don't believe there'll be a problem with the workforce.
Enlighten me, what's the relationship between Tiger, Atlas, and Railcar Holdings? I think I understand, but can you encapsulate that a little easier for me to understand? Maybe it's not relevant either.
Do you want to tackle that, or do you want the applicant to perhaps tackle that?
Maybe that'd be...
That's fine. I can give you the basics, and maybe
Great.
they can expand upon that. The Tiger Transfer Corporation manages the rail park in which this facility would be located. Atlas Coal is an existing company. They're doing business as Railcar Holdings, so it's the same folks. This is a new venture for them, but I'll ask them to talk some more about that. I would like to just circle back to and make one other comment that in terms of Upton being ready for this development, there's been significant investment by the Upton Economic Development Board in that community too. So again, just like Sheridan, the community investing in itself and understanding its own potential. They've also, I think it's been the Economic Development Board, but I'll stand for correction on that if I'm wrong, but they have been working with community colleges and the workforce training program to develop a program to train workers to ensure that there will be an adequate workforce in the area. So they've been doing their homework, and they've really been out there ahead of this project.
Is Atlas and Railcar Holdings, are they an existing business, or is it a startup?
Atlas is an existing business. This rail car facility will be a new venture for them.
Okay, and so my last one deals with skin in the game. Is Atlas going to be a corporate guarantor, or how does that work on the loan?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Anderson, the loan is actually taken by the town of Upton. The company has skin in the game in terms of almost $6 million in private investment that they have committed to the project.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Jay, I'm glad you got around to that. I was fearful we weren't going to figure that one out on this one, but we did, and thank you very much for that.
Happy to be available.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Vore.
First, just let me say that I am so excited and proud of all of the folks that have worked together to bring this forward for us to have the opportunity to vote on. This has been a long project. We appreciate your patience. We appreciate the staff's help in bringing this along and the cooperation. This is a perfect example of public and private partnership. So at risk of sounding cliche, the last project that we looked at, Project Enterprise, that was a home run, but games are won by base hits, and we all know that. And this is especially proud for us in Wyoming because this is how we work. This is what we do. We see a need, then a group of private and public folks come together and they say, let's fix it. Let's find a solution, and they do. So then we employ people, and we add to the betterment of families in Wyoming, and this is homegrown. This isn't brought in from out of state. So I am so excited and so proud to be a part of this aspect. So congratulations to all of you to bring such a good project to the table for us. On my banker side, I have to ask a question. Sorry, always happens. This is very entrepreneurial. It's a startup, as we've discussed. So from the banker aspect of it, when we talked about this in committee, and the staff has worked really hard presenting us with something we can be comfortable with a startup, the skin in the game aspect of the $6 million that's coming to the table outside, I would like to personally recommend, under the staff recommendation of one of the three items that needs to be presented before February 28th so that we can put our funding into the project. I would prefer that the and/or investors of the company, so if we're looking at bank statements or investment statements that are showing that $6 million committed, it needs to be in the company name. It's not committed until it's invested in the company name. So my preference is that we would not accept statements showing in the investors' names, because that's still funds under their control. They're not fully committed to the project until they're in. So, of course, I'd like for the representatives to discuss that when they come up and let us know their comfort with that. But that's the banker side of me. Thank you.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Chairman, an incidental comment here. I got the great privilege of working for the UP for a couple of summers there, and I just love the railroads here. And I'm not sure if any of you know, but there is a big shop in Cheyenne, a repair shop, a car shop, and they employ quite a few people, and they pay very well. And my purpose of this comment is there is a big-time need for a service like this, and I tell you what, I am all in for this one. Thank you.
Mr. Cavello.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've had the pleasure of working with some of these folks through this project and with our staff and stuff like that, and I would like to commend them for their tenacity in staying with it. These things aren't always the easiest to put together. Sometimes we ask them awfully hard questions, and you've been willing to wade through that and come up with answers that placate not only the staff, but the rest of us on the board. And I'm going to say that I'm going to support this project. I think you've worked hard in connecting all the dots, and I like the fact that you're willing to put the skin in the game. I too support Ms. DeVore in wanting to see that those assets are in the company name. I think that's essential for us knowing that the skin in the game is there and available. So I applaud your efforts.
Thank you. With that, I would like to hear from the applicants and specifically any additions to what we've already heard from staff, but also the two issues that have been brought up. One is the employee and potential job category, but job base that you have looked at, and then this issue in terms of the funding. So please come visit with us.
Money is fine. I don't care.
And please introduce yourself.
Thanks for having us today. I'm John Marshall. I'm the president of the Upton Economic Development Board. And so I'm up here for technical questions and if you have questions on the EDA funding and some of the workforce stuff, but I'll let these guys talk about. And then this is Mayor Beck of Upton, and this is McKenna Sorensen, who's been an integral part of this this grant request. So I'll let her cover the financial side first.
I'm an accountant, so I'm kind of the boring side of it. And when it comes to the area of the employment numbers, we ran this against other rail park facilities and what they employ, and then against standard rates in our area and really what you can be paid and compensated, and these are very conservative numbers. I'm conservative by nature, so I really ran them against what's beneficial for Upton and really the pool we can draw from and what's common in our area. So these are really standard set numbers. On an upside, if the business does perform above these standards, we have a potential to outreach the employment numbers that we've even addressed already. And so that's a big upswing for the community.
Thank you.
You want to touch on the financing and
Oh, yeah.
money
And to your comment, yeah, we want all of the financing to be in place within Railcar Holdings. Our biggest holdup on that is that some of the investors want this to move forward before they want to release their information and completely pledge the funding. But we do have that in place so that once this is in place, you have to have one before the other, so we're kind of in a, but once this moves forward, the investors are ready to pledge and move their assets and funding into the accounts necessary.
So the issue with the February, 28 deadline is not a problem for you?
No, that we can completely meet, and yeah, once this hurdle is met, then we can meet and meet all of those expectations that the Wyoming Business Council has recommended.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, first of all, I'd just like to thank you for the opportunity that we have this project to present to you guys, and I'd like to thank the Business Council. There is a lot more to it than once you start digging into it, and we needed a lot of help with that as well, so I really appreciate the Business Council's work for, helping us sort through that, the patience of the investors, the owners, Railcar Holdings. And I was also, as the same, like, why now? Because I think almost the town of Upton with the rail park, the way that was set up, I think we've kind of been building for a moment like this. So I think it's come at the right time, and a lot of the community and the businesses, when we had the public comment period, the business owners were the biggest voices. They're kind of they're waiting for something else to help them out, to get customers in the door, to stimulate the economy, to bring others in. So the community is definitely ready, and we are just very fortunate for this opportunity. So I really appreciate that. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Any other comments? Any other public comment?
Oh, if I could have one. We just want to thank them so much for being so helpful throughout this process. Julie, Brandy, Braden, Karen, everybody has really, really helped. And as a company, they've practiced in Wyoming for a long time, but this is the first time we've done with granting or loan process, and they've really been phenomenal in every aspect that we could possibly ask for.
Well, thank you for that. I started off my committee meeting thanking and appreciating our staff, and it's important that a project is ready before it comes before this board, and we expect our staff to do that due diligence and make sure that projects are ready. And so sometimes that takes a little bit more time than some people want, but the outcome is the best for everyone if that process is followed, and we really appreciate our staff too. So thank you very much for those comments. Any other public comment? Mr. Sopko.
I didn't want to jump in front of anybody. I just have a really quick comment about how cool this is, because the impact to northern Wyoming, northeast Wyoming, and the two projects we're talking about today is really cool. It's a couple of very positive things. Not just Upton, Moorcroft, Newcastle, Osage. I would assume that whole corner, Sheridan, Buffalo, Gillette. So it's kind of nice to have some good news for northern Wyoming. So I just want to thank everybody. Kind of like Christmas almost.
Yeah, kind of like Christmas.
Almost.
And to add to that, the impact, like we talked about, the workforce, we will draw from 50 to 100 miles up there. It'll impact every community within 3 counties. The workforce part of it that we're working on with Eastern Community College, we applied for a workforce grant. They have a training program established. We expect to have those grant funds in about 2 months and be up and operational in Newcastle with a new training facility. So we're also expanding their reach up into our region, and that will not only help this company, but other companies will take advantage of that training program and get some additional resources up there. So it's not only just going to help our community, it's going to have a significant regional impact.
Great, thank you. Public comment?
Mr. Chairman, Board, thank you for letting me speak here. I'm a commissioner from Weston County. I've been involved in this project a little bit. I'm excited by this project, and I thank you for your consideration on the project, all of you, for all the work you put in it. And I'd also like to thank these guys for their patience and their belief in our little community and investing in it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Are there any other comments or questions? We have a hard break coming up in about 2 minutes. So with that, I'm going to turn it back to Co-Chair Covello.
Chairman Lockhart, thank you, and thank you for the committee's work so far. We're going to break for lunch. We're going to come back at 1:15. 1:15. So we're going to have a hard break until 1:15. We'll be back here, Johnny on the spot at 1:15. Chairman Lockhart has a long ways to go, so we've got some very exciting projects yet to come up. Thank you for being here, and we'll see you at 1:15.
Agree. Why don't we?
Gotcha. Can we stop?
Kelly, did you know you don't vote?
allocation plan after the morning's activities and approval. So Ms. Kozlowski, could you kind of bring us up to date?
Certainly, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Committee Chair, members of the board, with the recommendation for Project Enterprise, the available balance is $8,780,942. There are 4 projects remaining for your consideration, and those projects total $12,299,110.
So I'm not going to pretend my pavilion education is any worse than Jay's Utah education, but that would appear that we have more in front of us than we have money for the remainder of the year.
That is correct.
So I think we will revert back to our original process of hearing these projects and then coming back to determine what we may approve out of the 8.7 left. If that sounds okay with the board, any comments, questions? Great, thank you, and I think we're ready for the next project.
Okay. Mr. Committee Chair, Co-Chair, members of the board, the next project here in front of us is a business-committed grant and loan request for the Jackson Hole Fuel Facility Project. The Jackson Hole Airport Board requests a $1.5 million business-committed grant and a $1.5 million business BRC loan to construct infrastructure to a new fuel farm at the Jackson Hole Airport. Project will include 5 30,000-gallon Jet A fuel tanks, storage for ramp equipment, glycol, which is de-icer, avgas, diesel fuel, gasoline tanks, and room to allow for an additional 90,000 gallons of Jet A fuel for future expansion. The fuel facility will be owned and operated by the board. The current storage volume for Jet A at the airport is 76,000 gallons, which is only one day's storage based on peak weeks experienced in 2015 and 16. The lack of sufficient storage is exacerbated by the substantial trucking distances and potential for inclement weather. Fuel shortages could cause delay or cancel flights. Approximately 62% of airline passengers arriving in Wyoming in 2016 did so through the Jackson Hole Airport. 667 people are currently employed at the Jackson Hole Airport during peak season, of which 50% live in Teton County, and the remaining 50% commute from Lincoln County, Teton County, Idaho, and a small number from Du Bois. The project will enable the airport to provide adequate fuel storage and for sufficient capacity to ensure that air service will be retained and grow to meet demands of tourism and the business community. This project will also retain air service, retain current jobs at the airport, and create 3 new jobs paying above county median. All revenues recaptured will pay off loan debt and be put back into improvements at the Jackson Hole Airport. If funded, construction is expected to be completed by August of 2018. Total project cost is $10,452,832, of which 14% represents the BRC grant, 14% represents the BRC loan, and 57% represents the Jackson Hole Airport's contribution. Loan terms of the $1.5 million request is an interest rate of 1.5% for a term of 10 years. Collateral will be from general airport revenues and will be repaid from fuel fees. Staff at this time does not recommend funding for this project, as staff does not concur with the application status of business committed project, as it does not demonstrate that primary jobs will be created and does not demonstrate that jobs will be lost if funding is not awarded. This is the standard applied to all job retention projects. Additionally, there has been significant BRC funding invested in previous airport projects. Staff has also provided suggestions for alternative funding sources. We have representatives here, actually a representative here, on behalf of the project to speak to you and answer any questions. And are there any questions of us that you have?
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Chairman, Karen, I think it was in Casper 2 years ago, the airport came to us for a loan for some type of a sewage situation. Was that ever resolved? Can somebody answer that question? Did we ever?
We will ask the representative to answer that when they come up. And you're exactly right, Mike. There was that issue. And So I think it will be helpful for us to hear that
Okay,
resolution.
thank you.
Yep. Any other questions of staff? The applicant would, Mr. Bland?
Mr. Chairman, before Mr. Elwood comes to the podium, I'd like to disclose that I'm a member of that airport board and have been for a long time, about 18 years, and so I'm going to recuse on this. But from the perspective of the number 2 industry, I would hope that this board would look at this favorably. There's a lot of great projects that we're looking at today, without a doubt. But just a point from my seat, the improvements that will take place as part of this project are going to be able to sustain the operation, and primarily in the winter months, which provides more balance in our economy. We've got a lot going on in the summer and not so much in the winter, and our growth has been primarily at the airport in the winter months. That also poses interesting issues in our community with the way fuel has to be transported to our location, and hence the risk. I think some may remember that last year we had a 5-day power outage where literally the only way into the valley because of the road closures was the airport, and we were down to the last gallons in our fuel trucks out at the airport. So I'll just leave it that way, and thank you for that comments.
Thank you. Mr. Elwood?
Question.
Hang on.
I
Mr.
just
Moore?
had a question for the staff, and if not, the representative.
No, go ahead, and Mr. Elwood's more than happy to stand at the podium and wait
why?
patiently.
Okay. Can you explain the business committed nature of the classification of this app?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. DeVore, the categorizations in BRC rules are what are driving what you see in that recommendation. Business committed means a business committed to creating X number of primary jobs, which we see as jobs that bring in money from outside the state or export some kind of product. The jobs that will be created here, although I suppose there's an argument for the fact that folks are coming into the state to spend money, but those particular jobs are not of the typical wage that we consider for business committed projects, sufficiently above the average area median wage. The job retention, and that wasn't, I guess, maybe the biggest issue, that the number of jobs created is small for the amount of the request. The bigger issue is that for job retention, we apply the standard that if not for this funding, those jobs will be lost, which we didn't feel was probably the case here. So this project, while we liked the project, we didn't feel that it was business committed necessarily, but probably more in the readiness category. Certainly we can make that case with ease. Does that answer your question?
It does, absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you, Julie. You heard a question, Mr. Elwood. You might start with that one and then shed any other light that you think we should hear about the project.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Chair, Co-Chair, Council. We really appreciate the opportunity to be here today. My name's Jim Elwood. I'm the Airport Director in Jackson. I'll open with Mr. Sullivan's question, if I might. That project went forward. We commissioned it last December. The project went extraordinarily well. The planning on the work was quite strong, and we finished that project on time and on budget, and it's worked wonderfully and positioned our airport as another key infrastructure piece that is well positioned the Jackson Hole Airport to keep moving forward. As you may recall, at that time we had an on-site wastewater treatment plant that had not been meeting standards. Being in a national park, we were very concerned about that. So with your help, we put another single on the board and keep moving forward as an airport. So thank you.
Thank you.
So one of the questions, and maybe my memory doesn't serve us, there was going to be a move to go back under the prior design of that system and try to recover some of those expenses. Is my memory serving me correctly here?
Absolutely. What ended up happening is we ended up settling with the manufacturer of the plant. We also ended up settling with the designer of the system. Those monies were then rolled back into this project, or into the conveyance project, and so they went right back to work at solving the problem that we set out to do.
So I'm sure settlements are not disclosed, but you did recover some money.
We absolutely went after those parties with our teeth bared and a large stick in our hand.
Great, thank you.
If I might just move on a little bit to the Jackson Hole Airport, this particular fuel facility project, I haven't tested this, so I'm not quite sure how to get my slides to go up on the board. There they are. Thank you very much. You know, I wanted to show you a couple of slides just to recognize the shift in activity at this airport since 2012 moving forward. This reflects total passengers in and out of the airport. We're now approaching 700,000 passengers who transition our airport every single year. And it is a wonderful success story. I think when you look at how this airport's come along, and specifically the help that we've received as we've moved forward, you know, really is quite humbling to all of us that have been involved. The fact is that we've received help from the Wyoming Business Council, we've received help from Wyoming Aeronautics, the FAA, and others that have really allowed this airport to grow, and its economic engine has gotten stronger each successive year. The project that we're talking about here, and I guess I should quantify what these numbers really mean. In 2012, the Wyoming Aeronautics Division commissioned an economic impact study for all the airports in the state. In Jackson's case, at that time, using 2012 data, we had about a $770 million impact on the state of Wyoming. You take those numbers that were just on the slide and insert those in the same formula, that number is now in excess of $1 billion. So while economic impact studies are interesting documents, and they certainly have their assumptions that can call them into question, what you can't question is the growth of what that's meant to the state of Wyoming. And I think that's a very, very powerful kind of statement. You know, we have airline service from multiple destinations from coast to coast. Seattle, Los Angeles, New York, Atlanta, Minneapolis, Phoenix, San Francisco, Chicago. We've been blessed. But we've also come precariously close to running out of fuel. And when you go to an airline as an airport person and you say, tanks are a little light, roads have been closed for 3 days, we're running short of fuel, and you ask them to bring extra fuel on those flights, given our high altitude in Jackson, what ends up happening is they have to leave passengers and or bags at the gate wherever they are. And obviously there's a financial component to that directly to the airlines. And probably more importantly, there's a customer service component that's really challenging for our airport. And when you look at all those flights, it's pretty amazing when you think about it's a conveyor belt of people wanting to come to Wyoming and spend money. This project is about making sure that we've got the infrastructure in place, that we can continue to satisfy that demand on our facility. I see great things ahead for the Jackson Hole Airport. And with it, the entire state of Wyoming benefits from that activity. I know in your books you have information that relates to the sales tax and property taxes and other things that are generated from the airport as well. But I think it speaks really powerfully to some of the things I've heard earlier today. Value of air service. This protects the air service that we already have. And it also speaks powerfully to endow, which is to improve our various other industries across the state and make them stronger. We're really respectful of the fact that money is tight. And so while you were deliberating on those really great projects earlier, I was trying to do some calculations. We'd like to put on the table, if you can see your way clear, to help us a little bit on this project. And if you could do $1 million loan, or excuse me, $1 million grant, pardon me, just the $1 million grant, we can get this project done. We can protect those 600 jobs. We can keep this airport moving forward. We really are just asking for some help to keep the momentum. We're in a great spot, and we don't want to lose it. So that I'll be happy to answer questions or grovel further if it's helpful.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Ms. Getz?
Either Julie or Jim, could you speak to the alternative funding that you've identified and whether or not you've pursued that? And also, would this classify as a readiness project?
Mr. Committee Chair, Ms. Getz, it does meet the criteria for a readiness project, so there's really, because the business committed application is a more robust application than the readiness application in some aspects, they really have already completed everything they need to demonstrate this is a readiness project, so I don't think there'd be any modification necessary. It's a matter of record keeping on our part.
From the allocation plan?
Correct.
Yes, thank you for that. If you look at the two options that were recommended in staff comments, we pursued both of those. They are loans only, so that would continue to be an option we could pursue for supplemental financing above the grant request we've just asked of you. But they're all at 5% or greater annual percentage rate. And in the case of of one of them, there's also a 1% loan origination fee on top of it. So when you look at current market rates, it's really not competitive. We think we can probably do better in the commercial market than those particular loan rates might offer.
Thank you. Mr. Sopko.
Question? This could be a silly question. Just in reading through this, I know you're looking for 150,000 gallons of jet fuel, and then there's mention of additional tanks for avgas, glycol, gasoline tanks, etc. How much additional cost do those extra tanks for the additional storage add to this project, or is there opportunity to say, hey, maybe we just do the jet fuel this time, and then we look at future project to add the avgas, the glycol, etc.?
It's a wonderful question, Mr. Chair. The economics of this particular project really do suggest, when you value engineer this project down, that it makes sense to do one project with one containment system, put in all of the safety components that are necessary. I think we want to make sure that this, while we're value engineering, we want to be respectful of the fact that we are wholly located within a national park, and we want to do things the right way. So we don't want to be anything less than fully thoughtful about what we're installing. But the economics really do encourage you to go ahead and build the entire facility. Now, we did leave and will be building the foundations for additional tanks to be installed later should the demand come around. We did that value engineering, and we believe we've got a project that's ready to go and will be a quality project for the state for a long time.
Mr. Covello?
Mr. Elwood, Jackson Hole Airport is in and of itself an anomaly. The only one in the state of Wyoming that has the number of nonstop flights, doesn't require any assistance from the state to operate and so forth. So obviously, you've done a magnificent job. The problem that I have sitting in this seat is you've been to us since 2009 for $10 million. We're short supply, And we've got a lot of other good projects out here that are coming to the well for the first time. So, not that I don't see that you have a very strong project, but it's tough for me to go against staff recommendations on this project, understanding where you come from. And although you may not like the rate of some of the other alternatives for the financing out there, I will struggle with this project. Maybe not as much at $1 million, but it's tough for me to wrap my arms around.
I appreciate that. If I might offer just a clarification, Mr. Chair. Of those dollars, and we've been humbled by the support, I want to make sure you know we respect and are so very grateful. I think it's clear that the airport and the community have leveraged those dollars and really made something special happen as part of those seed monies that you've helped us with. Half of the money, if memory serves me correct, maybe Julie, you can recall for me exactly, but about half of it has been loan monies, and we've, I believe, been very efficient about keeping our reports current, making sure our payments are current, and so we are recharging the fund back in, and it's part of the sweat equity and other things we've put into trying to make that place operate.
Mr. Vore.
Mr. Elwood, am I correct? There was recently a large purchase of the FBO by the airport. So 2 points, kind of to go back to Cactus's standpoint. I also struggle with this. That was a large cash outlay for that purchase. And it's hard for us to bump someone else's priority over that. But did that possibly provide an opportunity for some redundancy or overflow? I mean, I would assume there's also fuel storage at the FBO facility. Is there the ability, now that you have both, to pull on those to be able to solve some of those close issues you've run into?
Great question, Mr. Chair. Mr. Vore, the fuel farm, the FBO purchase is really a standalone business deal. And I could probably spend 30 or more minutes, or I can offline share with you the details of how that came to be and why the board believes it's a prudent choice for the community. The existing FBO does not have fuel storage. They have their rolling stock storage. As part of the board's take over the FBO, we'll be increasing our rolling stock capabilities as well. But that transaction is really standalone. We won't be in front of this board to try to get any assistance on that project. But the fuel farm, which has been in the queue, we've known it's been a critical need here for a while, that is really vital to our success moving forward. And I wish there were a few other options to work within that, but I can commit to you that the FBO business purchase is smart for the airport, it's smart financially, it's smart for where this airport will be in 5 years, and I think it'll be another success story of the airport.
Okay. And I'm sorry, what was the size? That's the aspect I don't remember. What was the size of the purchase for the FBO?
The FBO purchase is $26 million. There'll be additional expenses related to some what I call dynamic inventory, aircraft parts and some odds and ends like that. That'll move the number a little bit higher. That financing vehicle will be on its standalone based on the revenue stream from that business. I believe that it'll be another really vital cog in the success of that airport in the future, and quite truthfully, reduce the likelihood you'll see us again anytime soon.
Thank you, Mr. Elwood. So this project is ready to go?
Yes, sir.
Right. Any other questions? Mr. Deasy?
Was wondering how
Easily?
you modified the project request just to be the $1 million grant. Was wondering what the impact of that is on the revenue repayment that you had in here, where it was 5 cents a gallon, and then also 12 cents a gallon fee. So how are those numbers impacted by sort of taking, reducing the loan down to zero and then reducing the grant by 500,000. Does it impact those numbers significantly? And do you know what they are?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Easley. Yeah, when we ran the calculations, obviously the benefit of the Wyoming Business Council loan funds is they're at 1.5%. We'll end up being back at commercial paper at 3 or 3.5, whatever that turns out to be. And so there'll be a marginal shift in the overall operating cost of the fuel farm as we move toward the end. But that's where this $1 million grant can help soften that transition. I suspect, that delta of between the Wyoming Business Council grant at 1.5 and commercial paper probably approaching 4%. We'll just have to work with the vendors and others to manage that additional cost.
Does your volume of gas, you said it was a fuel 5.4 million gallons a year, does that, that's what you're currently using, does that seem to grow over time, or is that going to be fairly fixed amount?
Yeah, the general aviation fuel has been growing between 5 and 9%. That's the jets and the other airplanes. Commercial airline fuel sales have been growing at 13 to 15% per year. So, and that's been exacerbated by the long-haul markets, those New York, Los Angeles, Delta, flying to Atlanta and such. Those long-haul flights, they need more gas when they get to Jackson to make it back home. And so that's one of the reasons we've seen that chart I just had up on the screen show such a dramatic rise.
Just another one if I could.
Yeah, please.
So I'm just trying to wrap my head around, if I had a spreadsheet here, I could answer my own questions, but I don't. But if it's, the revenue repayment here talked about over, a 10-year period or whatever. So the $1 million grant, if you looked at that as being $100,000 a year value for 10 years, that equals $1 million. And you divided that by 5.4 million gallons. Would that be sort of the value of the cost impact of not getting the grant, or the value to the project of the grant by taking 100,000 and dividing it by 5.4 million gallons on a cost per gallon difference?
I believe I followed you on that one, and I would say yes.
All right. Thanks.
We don't exactly have someone that could plug in these spreadsheets on the go. Well, Mr. Johnson probably could.
Yeah.
But we won't call him to run that screen in front of us. Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Chairman, going on Mr. Easley's thought process, why couldn't you just do like a 1 or 2% surcharge to fund it internally? It would seem to me with all the volume and success and popularity the airport is having, and I take my hat off to you guys are kicking some serious butt up there. Why couldn't you fund this thing internally?
It's really about, Mr. Chair, sorry,
yes, sir.
Mr. Sullivan. It's really about trying to allocate all the needs across the airport. Our cash reserves are such that it would totally extinguish our available funds if we did an internal funding of this project. I'm not sure we'd actually get there given some of the other commitments on the horizon. But our capital plan going forward continues to be very aggressive, and we're constructing a number of improvements across the airport. I won't bore you with some of those details because they're not all that juicy, but things like centralized drain systems. We haven't had a surface water drain system on the airport. Some of our roadway work is starting to deteriorate. So there's a number of projects across the airport. This is just one slice of what we're trying to get done. We are going and have put in place, coming back to the fuel surcharge, Mr. Sullivan, we have put in place a 5-cent per gallon surcharge. We've been collecting that since the first of the year to start to charge the accounts to make it work. We'll also be, as staff indicated in our report, we'll be putting in place a per gallon charge of fuel coming through the fuel farm that will make up the difference, and that's really, I think, where Mr. Easley was coming from. We'll end up, doing some amortization schedules and spreadsheets work, but that's where we'll, if we need to make an adjustment to make up the difference, it'll come from there.
Thank you.
So I think if there's no other pressing questions, I'm going to ask that when we come back to this project, I think there's probably some thoughts that people have in terms of the alternate proposal that Mr. Elwood has made, and I might ask Mr. Johnson to be thinking about that. He's been hearing the discussion, and we won't put you on the spot now, but as we circle back to this project after hearing the others, we might see if Mr. Johnson has anything to add to this. And are there any other questions before we move on to the next project? Okay, thank you. Julie, City of Buffalo?
Okay, the next, committee chair, co-chair, members of the board. The next project in front of us here is for a community readiness grant request for the City of Buffalo Technology Park. City of Buffalo requests a $2,844,410 community readiness grant for road and utility infrastructure to develop Phase 1 of the Buffalo Technology Business Park. Phase 1 will develop approximately 50 acres of the overall 104 acres, which is it's a two-phase project, but this is for Phase 1, and create 2 to 3 light industrial shovel-ready lots and 4 to 5 office technology shovel-ready lots. The proposed site is located near the intersection of Interstate 25 and Interstate 90 on TW Road, which runs adjacent to the proposed site, is also being redeveloped through an industrial road project through WYDOT and Johnson County, and should be completed by 2018, or should I say late 2018. The proposed site has access to 4 separate feeds from 2 different power companies, totaling 100 megawatts of power, water, sewer, and available redundant fiber. Buffalo does not currently have this type of property available to market to prospective businesses. There have been 4 studies completed over the last 4 years that have identified this site as identified this site for a use as a business technology park. 75% of the revenue recaptured through the sale of lots will be placed in economic development account for future economic development purposes within the city. 25% will be returned to the WBC up to the amount of the grant award. If funded, completion of Phase 1 is anticipated by the spring of 2019. Total project cost is $8,307,043, of which 34% represents the BRC grant, 61% represents Johnson County's contribution, and 5% represents the City of Buffalo's contribution. Staff does not recommend funding due to the lack of funding in the community readiness category, as grant funds were utilized on a higher priority projects according to the allocation plan. And representatives are here on behalf of the project to answer any questions, and if you have any questions of us.
Great, thank you. Any questions on this project from the board? Would the applicant like to visit with us?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman, members of the board. I'm Mike Johnson. I'm the mayor of Buffalo. First of all, I want to thank you for the opportunity here today, and also for the participation that Business Council has had with the City of Buffalo. We've done a lot of things: Main Street project, Gracie Wilma Square, Lobbin Street project, our Barmer Mountain Civic Center. Those are all projects that we've done to enhance Buffalo, to make it more attractive for businesses to relocate there. One of the problems we have is we don't have anything that's shovel-ready right now. That land is, we're talking about in this project is the cities that the city would give to this project. I also want to thank Julie and Karen and Brandy and the staff for what they've done on all these projects, because I know what kind of work they put into it. Realistically, we wrote a proposal for the Project Enterprise project as well. We didn't have anything available for them to come to. So we might have had that project had we had something available. Who knows? But we are asking, because this, represents a big move forward for Buffalo, and the community has always supported, these projects that we do, and the city of Buffalo, of course, has been very involved in all of this, and we want to continue to see things grow and get better for Buffalo. That's all the time I'll take. If I can answer any questions for anybody.
Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dave Simonson, CEO for Joko First. Chairman, members of the board, it's always a pleasure to come back before all of you, and this time is no different. It's an exciting time, and exciting time for Northeast Wyoming in particular. When I was with the Business Council and in Karen's chair, the planning grants were brought into being at that time because we were getting projects that were not what we considered quality projects, and that was seen as a solution. So when I left the Business Council and went to Buffalo, my first, I could have jumped right in, and we could have requested a business park at that time, but we didn't. We went through the planning process, we followed the procedures, and now because of the times we're in, we're paying negatively for that, for following those procedures and for putting a good plan in place at this time. It's unfortunate that money is tight at this point in time. It's unfortunate that we potentially will suffer because of that. We started the New Growth Alliance, we being the region, the three communities, to market our region, to attract business projects. We've done that successfully. As the mayor said, the second RFP that we respond to as a region was the Project Enterprise project. Sheridan is the beneficiary of that. That's awesome. That's why we formed the New Growth Alliance region. Buffalo has been funding that effort for 2 years out of faith, knowing that they do not have any place to put a project if we land it. We're putting money into that marketing effort every year because we know that if it benefits the region, there is a benefit to us as Buffalo from Buffalo's perspective. However, obviously I have a bias, and I feel that we do deserve to have a chance at winning those projects that we are marketing to. Without this park, we don't have that opportunity. We have greenfields. Both of these projects today would not have come to a greenfield site. That's our reality. The investment in the community the mayor talked about, we worked on our core, our downtown, our amenities, our livability, and we've got that to a point where we are a livable community. We are a good community. We are ready for business. We need the business park to be able to do that. The location, I-90, I-25, I tell people when I talk to them, I was just out in Chicago last week talking to site consultants, and they said, well, where are you located? We're at I-90 and I-25. Well, how big's your community? Just a little under 5,000 people, and we're probably the smallest community at the intersection of I-25, I-90, or at two major interstates. What's that mean for us? There's a heck of a lot of potential, and we want to meet that potential. Another issue that isn't your issue, but it's our issue. We have match that is a road project. That road project is moving forward. We don't want to stop that project. If this project does not get funded, we lose that match. We're suddenly set back years for the community and the county to come up with match for this project, because that all came out of this planning process that we went through. The 4 years that I've been there, we've been working on this project, bringing it to a point where it's ready to go. And yeah, it's a much bigger project that we've narrowed down to $2.5 million or $2.9 million. It's still a big project, but it's a good project, and it fits our community from that standpoint. I'm up here knowing that you don't have any money to give me. So I'm making an ask of you without a solution, but I'm not going to do that to you. There is a solution. And it's been done before. There is precedence for this. Projects have been approved previously going forward into another fiscal or biennium. I would ask that if you are not going to fund it just because there's no money this time around, I would ask you to consider funding it to the next biennium so that we can move forward knowing that we have a project as long as we go down to the legislature and fight like heck for that money. And so that's my request of you today. And thank you very much for your time. And if you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer it.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or any other public comment?
Yes, my name's Tom Knapp. I'm the former mayor of KC. I'm on JOCO First. I represent the thriving community in southern Johnson County. The mayor of Buffalo and Mr. Simonson have talked about what a project it is from Buffalo. But I'd also like to bring forward, I believe all of you know in this room and around this table, what economic development is in a community of 263 people. Yeah. What that means, this park means to us, could be jobs. Everyone will drive 45 minutes or an hour to work and back. And 4 or 5 people, 6, 8 people get a job in KC. That's big. And we're all in this. This isn't a Buffalo project. This is a Johnson County project. And we hope that you will think about us and keep us in mind going forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, no. I just wanted to say that the 3 projects that we do have in Northeast Wyoming right now are there because we need land or we have land. And the Upton project, I want to say that as part of the Northeast Wyoming group that we're fully behind that plan too, because they had the ability to have land and y'all helped them have that, and now they have an opportunity. Sheridan had an opportunity because they have land. And as Buffalo, I sit on the JOCO First Board and the New Growth Alliance Board. We have to have a place to put us. I mean, we can't do anything if we don't have the ability to have the opportunity to at least put something in place, and that's really all I needed to say. Thank you.
My name is Johnny Pond. My wife and I are business owners in this fine state and in Johnson County. In our business, there are things that we can do. There's things that we can't do, and there's things that we would like to do. In our world, we have to come up with that ourselves. Because of the enormity of some of these projects, everyone needs help. You folks are the bridge between the want to do and can't do. Thank you for your consideration to this fine project in Johnson County.
Thank you, sir. Any other public comment? Any other questions by the board, for staff, or for the applicant? Ms. DeVore.
Thank you, Chairman Lockhart. As the newbie to the board, will you explain what one of the gentlemen brought up about going, or is this a question I should ask here?
We're going to ask it to our CEO as I look over at him. I would
So how
ask
does that work,
Julie,
Sean?
but I'm going to start with Mr. Reese.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. DeVore, I think, are you asking about funding against future biennia?
Yes.
So the State Loan and Investment Board will not make a decision based on future funding. In fact, there have been times where we have taken projects to them in June, the June meeting, which is 2 or 3 weeks before the beginning of the next biennium, and they will not make recommendations contingent on the funds being replenished within a few weeks. So that doesn't mean that you can't make the recommendation, but I have never seen the SLIB do that, even when they're recommending just a few weeks before the money would be replenished. In fact, I remember, I believe it was Treasurer Lummis at the time, I believe she said that that may be illegal to do. So that has not been a practice that we have had. The circumstances are different right now because we are at the last year of the biennium. And as I mentioned this morning, our budget is a 2-year cycle. There's a lot more flexibility if we're in the middle of a biennium and just going from one fiscal year to the next. But that June 30th date at the end of a biennium is important, and they will not commit funds for projects to be funded out of the next biennial funding.
So if we were to put something forward under recommendation, would it pin? Does it die? Does it go away? What's the status of that until there is funding?
I believe, Mr. Vore, and I'd ask Julie to maybe help me out. I believe that when we've had these circumstances before, we have brought the entire recommendation back to them in the biennium out of which it would be funded. So we bring the project to them in that biennium.
So it pins.
Correct.
Thank you, Sean. Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Chairman, hey, Dave, I'd like to ask you a real quick question. I can remember, 23, 24 years ago when I was in business and we were in the same exact position. You know, there were people out there looking, the old adage, if you will build it, they will come. And I think you pinned it right there. That's where the name of the game is. But the city of Cheyenne, we were all in that same position. We just didn't have enough to draw anybody in. And a couple of really astute businessmen started Cheyenne Leads. I don't know how many businesses you have in Buffalo. Do you have anything like that where you could get 100, 150 people to pledge $100 a year of membership and just start in Buffalo what we started in Cheyenne? Do you have anything like that? And could you do it? And could you accumulate enough of cash in 2 years to use that as a downer to get your project going? I'm just throwing some ideas out that I've seen that work here.
We're a joint powers board, so we're a public entity equivalent to a city or a county. My organization is. The short answer is no. We could bring in some money from private individuals, and we do currently. We have a set number of investors that invest us, and that goes into our operating. Unfortunately, from an organizational standpoint, we also own and operate 3 facilities that at times, we use as incubators. So when I say that, what we're doing a lot of times is we're incenting business startups with our facilities so that we can get businesses to grow and expand in our community, which is another reason that we need this park. We have 3 business incubators ranging from a 25,000 square foot building, or let me back up, 3,200 square foot building, a 25,000 square foot building, and a 65,000 square foot building. The 65 is office, it's our civic center. The other 2 are manufacturing facilities, both occupied. We use everything we have to incent those businesses and help them to get to a point where they're able to roll out. We're doing that. Again, our issue is when we roll them out, either they have to go into a private situation, which that's very limited in our community, or, and we haven't had this happen yet, but I can see it happening down the road, they're going to go someplace where there is that infrastructure. Sheridan would be an obvious answer, 35 miles up the road. That does not do a lot for us, other than we do get some benefit indirect to where we would have got direct benefit. Our financing options for this project, and I don't want to make it sound rainy day, but I'm being very sincere when I say this. Because of the 4 years of planning and this road project and combining it and bringing it together, I can't think of a situation under the current finances that the city of Buffalo and the Johnson County are in with budgets are, as everybody knows, very tight. I'm guessing we're going to be another 4 or 5 years down the road before we can come up with the mass to even bring this back before you. And I'm being honest there. I just don't know where it would come from. I really don't.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions? Julie, it looks like we have, if there's no other questions, we'll move on to the last project.
Mr. Subcommittee Chairman.
Mr. Anderson.
So this one and the airport request and the next one, let's say that if I understand it right, we're out of money and we can't appropriately ask the SLIB to earmark a future biennial budget. So what happens if we tell, and we recommend don't fund, they can still go before the SLIB and try to work some political effort and try to argue their case, correct? Is that a true statement?
Yeah.
That's not my major question.
I'm not an expert on how that would work, but I think we will be able to talk a little bit more about
Okay,
that.
so you may have a plan?
I don't necessarily have a plan, Mr. Anderson, but what I think is along the lines that you are thinking, and that is, we are here to vet these projects for SLIB, and I think we do a pretty good job, and I think that's exactly what we're doing here. And if we as a board think these projects are worthy of state funding, then I think there is no reason we can't tell SLIB what we think about these projects. Now, we don't control our budget to the extent that that is controlled by others, but I personally don't think it's a bad idea to be going into a legislative session with good projects that have been vetted, that are in front of the SLIB for their review prior to a budget session. That's my personal thought as to where we might go as the discussion of these projects progresses. We still have one to hear, and we still have some votes to make. So that's where I see where we are. Mr. Wandler.
You're not suggesting that we would approve more than we have budgeted for?
I did not suggest that.
Because they don't have extra money that they would pull in? I might be asking Sean this question. I think we did this once, but I think the circumstances were different where we approved more than we were budgeted for. But I don't think that SLIB reacted very well to that.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Wandler, I don't remember us making recommendations for funds that we didn't have.
Okay. That's our limit. We can't and don't recommend more than we have.
Correct.
Right. Okay. Just wanted to clarify that.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. What Mr. Warner might be talking about is a year to 2 years ago, we funded projects, and we had a Cowley project that was more than the money we had remaining, and we agreed to fund it for what our balance was. When the SLIB met, they had, by that time, there had been some additional funds come back, and that allowed them to fund that project. Is that my memory correct?
I think it was something to that effect. Yes, sir. Mr. Sullivan.
Chairman, why couldn't we, or why don't we, or could we ever put great projects like this into the queue if they're not voted on? Why wouldn't this project go into the very first project to be applied for next quarter? This is terrific, and I just can't, it seems like in the past, and when these great projects wouldn't get funded, that was it. And I guess my thought now, after being here 6 years, is some of these great projects that we don't have right now should be automatically lined up to go into the queue and be the first application drawn for the next quarter funding. And if it doesn't happen, keep them going until we finally get it funded. Is that possible? We could put them in the queue for the next?
So I'm not an expert on that, but the reason I wanted to go through the allocation plan prior to hearing these was so that you knew what we had available. And it's not just for the next quarter. This is for the next quarter and the next quarter.
I understand that, but I guess what I'm trying to say is some of these projects probably need to go back into the queue. Maybe I'm not making sense.
I think
see
I
what you're
do
saying.
understand what you're talking about, and I think when we get into the actual action of these, perhaps Ms. Kozlowski and Mr. Reese may, or Mr. Johnson may have an avenue by which these applications can be and I won't propose what that might be because I'm not sure what that might be. But I think we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves right now. But I think this is a good discussion.
Just a thought.
I think it's
I would like to
important.
see happen down the road. Thank you.
But we'll get there because we're going to vote on these, and we will hit that point. So with that discussion, Town of Lingle?
Okay, Mr. Committee Co-Chair and Committee Chair and Co-Chair. The last project in front of us today is a community enhancement request for the Town of Lingle for their community center. The Town of Lingle requests a $454,700 community enhancement grant to demolish the current Legion Post 63 Community Center building and renovate an existing building adjacent to the Legion Hall for a community multi-use facility. The town does own both locations. The Legion Post facility dates back to 1918 and has been used for many purposes throughout the years. It must be demolished as it does not meet current safety code or ADA standards and is not salvageable. Demolition of the building will leave a vacant space on Main Street and will also leave residents without access to community gathering space. Building a new facility on the available space will give the community a place to hold meetings, gatherings, and so forth. The new community center will also house the Legion 63 post and the Women's Auxiliary by providing designated space for their meetings. If the project is awarded funding, the construction could be completed by May of 2019. Total project cost is $1,041,700, of which 43% represents the BRC Community Enhancement Grant and 57% represents the Town of Lingle's contribution. A structural analysis and asbestos report was provided by the town as per staff's request from a site visit done back in July of 2017. Cost per square foot has not yet been determined as the town has not given a total square foot amount of the existing building renovation. Staff does not recommend funding due in part to the lack of funding available in the community enhancement category. Additionally, Lingle has yet to clearly define how to approach a project versus, new construction or all new construction, etc. Until the scope of the project is clear, funding is premature. Staff has offered to do some technical assistance in Lingle to help the town with a better defined project. We do have representatives on behalf for the project to answer any questions, and if you have any questions of us, please.
Thank you. Do we have any questions of Karen? Mr.
Question, but I need to make a statement. Points West Community Bank, who I'm with, is in line to provide a loan for this project. I did recuse myself on that end, but I did want to state the fact that because of that, I won't recuse myself on this end.
Thank you. Any other questions? Would the applicant like to speak to us, please? And thank you for coming.
Mr. Co-Chair, Mr. Chairman, Board, and staff, we certainly appreciate you letting us come down here and address you on our little community center project, as we like to call it. I'm Mayor George Siglin, and these are all the people you need to worry about, not me. Small towns matter. And I don't know if you, probably most of you do know this, but there's 99 incorporated towns and cities in the state of Wyoming. 42 of them have a population under 500. We're one of them. So that's almost half the towns in the state have a population under 500. Lingle is approximately 468, and the surrounding population is about 750. That's mostly ranchers, farmers, and their families. Lingle, for those who don't know, is situated, and as we've heard today, everything's been north, northwest, northeast. We are southeast. So approximately 100 miles from here, we're at the intersection of two major highways, highways 26 and 85, which are both very heavily traveled highways in the summer because they lead to the Black Hills that way, and of course to the Center State and Yellowstone National Park and Grand Teton Park that way on 85. Lingle is also, and Goshen County, I should say, are ag-based. Goshen County is the #1 ag-based county in the state of Wyoming. Lingle is also the home, because of our ag base, of the University of Wyoming's Jim Hageman Sustainable Agriculture and Research Extension Center, which sits only 2 miles outside of Lingle. And we're very proud to be associated with them. Back in its day, as in most towns, small towns in Wyoming, we were all doing pretty good, booming. Lots of businesses, implements, you name it, grocery stores, all that. Time has taken a toll on all our towns. Businesses have closed, they've moved, they've been assimilated into bigger towns down the road. We can't compete with that, and we all know that and stuff. But of course, the one thing that is consistent in Wyoming, no matter how tough the times are, there's two businesses that always survive in a small town: post office and a bar. In our town, since the 1900s, when the community center was built at that time, we're not sure if it was built as a community center, but it was a building that was built. It was built early in the 1900s, and the town of Lingle actually purchased it in 2003. And this, since then, this historic building has served a place for various businesses and for personal use, which is mainly when it turned into the community center. So, and that's been for at least the past 40, 50 years. There has not been business in there that I'm aware of. So, kind of a little predates me. But think about this, when you think about how long this building's been there, that is 5 generations. 5 generations of not only families in our town, but the families that surround it, our community, that have used this building. And next year, Lingle will be celebrating its 100th anniversary in the year 2018. So what better way to start off the next 100 years and the next 5 generations by providing a new community center. This is presently what it looks like on Main Street. These are the 2 buildings that we own. And this is a rendered design of what the possibility of the new one would like. And we can leave this up there for you to look at. We also have a tentative floor plan behind us that shows you a design of it. And in the scope of this, one of the issues addressed that we said, well, we're not a clear picture. Our clear picture is right now, and you will probably hear a little bit more for this from our clerk treasurer, but both of these buildings, due to the structural analysis that have been formed and the asbestos reports, will be torn down. We will build an entire new building instead of trying to renovate and attach the other one to it. It's a lot easier to tear down and build one whole new building than it is trying to renovate one and attach another one to it. So that is the direction that we're going to go with this project. And with permission from Mr. Co-Chair and the Chairman, I would like to introduce our Clerk Treasurer from Town of Leno, Michelle Sussex.
Thank you. Thank you for having us here today and inviting us to be present to present our project to you. This is a really exciting project. We're all excited about it in Lingle. It's a very important project to our community, to Town of Lingle, and as well to Goshen County. So I'm here to address a few of the gray areas that were mentioned. The building is for professional and for personal use. Some of the professional meetings that it's been used for are elections, classrooms, professional development, education, bazaars, charitable functions. I'd like to point out on the community board that we have two of the community functions, the charitable functions that we most recently had. Once we had the Thanksgiving dinner here, they're going to start it as an annual program, and then we had what we call the Lingle Mingle Jingle. We have that every year. We've got the producer and the one who does the Lingle Mingle Jingle every year with us, LaDonna Goosewell. She has been stated in here that she is going to, if this doesn't happen, she's probably going to have to find another location, because she's going to have to find a second building, and that this has been so popular that they're going to possibly look at a spring. We are not sure it's going to be called a Lingle Jingle in the spring, maybe a spring fling or something like that. But this is part of what the community building has been used for. Personally, well, we like to think that it's been used for everything from birth through death and everything in between. So that would include birthdays, showers, weddings, dances, receptions, celebrations, family reunions, and funerals. One of the tenants of the new community center will be the Legion Post, the command number 63, and the Women's Auxiliary. And it is noted on the floor plan that we will have an office space for them located in the new building. The cost per square foot is estimated at $200. This is reflected in the budget section of our application. The current building has been found to be unstable. It is full of asbestos, and demolition is imminent. The exact scope of the project is that the current buildings will be demolished and construction of a new community center, and that is stated in our application. 7 times, yes. Thank you. So we had a site visit from the Wyoming Business Council. It was a really great site visit. Thank you for coming up and doing that. 7 action items were identified at that visit, and we addressed them in our application. We had needed to get copies of our purchase agreement and our closing statement on one of the buildings. 10% contingency needed to be built into our project, and we needed to revise the budget for that, so we did. That was been all clarified. We needed to get copies of our loan documents from Points West Community Bank, so we got all of that for the Business Council. We revised the cost estimate from our engineer. They were able to do that for us. We had an appraisal on the property, both properties. We were able to get all of that done. And then there was the subject of demolition versus reconstruction. Because in the beginning, we thought maybe we would demo one building and then reconstruct the other building. But it didn't work out that way. We were asked to consider the option of demolition versus reconstruction. So we reviewed those both options. We found demolition to be a better option for this project. That stated in the application 4 times or 7 times that demolition is absolutely imminent with this project. The last bullet point that we were asked to do coming out of the site visit was that we were asked to visit community centers throughout Goshen County. So the mayor and I took a day trip, and we went to Fort Laramie, we went to Yoder, we went to Hawk Springs, we went to LaGrange, we went to Torrington, we went to everywhere, and we visited all the community centers. We asked pertinent questions, we got copies of their rental agreements, and we gleaned so much information from these visits. That was a really, really great thing to do. So the town of Lingle has taken the initiative. We've got skin in the game. We've invested in this project. We've purchased the adjacent lot next to the current existing building. We've had structural analysis done. We've had asbestos reports that have been completed. We've consulted with the state fire marshal on the fire suppression system for the new building. We have applied for to the Black Hills Energy Foundation grant, which we have received partial funding. We have applied for and we are approved by the Goshen County Economic Development Progress Program. We've applied for and we're approved for a loan with Points West Community Bank. We have applied, and that's where we're at now, is we have a gap in our funding, and that's where we're applying to you folks at the Wyoming Business Council today. And so we are ready to move forward with our design bid build plan once the funding is secured. So by applying for this funding now, we are being proactive. The building will not be usable. The current building will not be usable in the very near future. It's health, safety, and welfare risk to our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Co-Chair and Mr. Chairman. On behalf of Goshen County Economic Development, I want to tell you that this is one of the core building blocks is quality of life, and you cannot summarize the lift and the quality of life what a building like this does to one of our little communities. It is a very active Main Street. This is right in the heart of our Main Street in Lingle. The economic impact is priceless, and if this project is condemned, it would have a devastating impact to our little community of Lingle. I would like to ask approval. I think that this project, in the scope of all the projects we look at, $400,000 to $500,000, we could make this project work. We have really worked hard on making a patchwork effort and looking at all sorts of different grants and opportunities. They have their own skin in the game. We've used our own quarter-cent economic development sales tax to fund it, and we really are on to the last dollar. So we really hope that you think about this, and then we're going to be fighting very hard on the behalf of WIDA too, and the legislature to keep projects like this going. So thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chair, members of the committee, my name's Wally Walski, and I'm a lifetime resident of Goshen County. I live on a farm 68 miles north of here between the unincorporated town of Hawk Springs and the little town of Yoder. I'm here today in support of Lingle Community Building Project. In Goshen County, we have 5 incorporated cities, and we also have a number of little unincorporated towns. As I mentioned, the little unincorporated town of Hawk Springs has a community building. The town of Yoder has a community building. LaGrange, Torrington, Fort Laramie, they all do, but there's one that's missing, and that is Lingle. As you've heard, Lingle has for a number of years used old buildings to try to get by. And in smaller communities, community centers are more than they may be in bigger areas or cities, because they're the heart and the soul of the community. And they don't only serve the people that are within the boundaries of the city limits, they also serve the residents outside the city limits as well. They are multi-facility or multi-purpose facilities. In other words, they're not going to be used just occasionally. They're going to be used every week, if not every day. And it's going to be high utilization from younger generations to senior citizens and everything in between. And when you're talking about small communities and you're talking about amenities of life, what else could you invest in more than into the people and the communities that they live in? Now, I'm very aware as an elected county official, a county commissioner, that budgets are tight, not only for the counties, but for small municipals, local governments. And during these times, you can see that the town of Lingle, they have done the due diligence. They've tried a lot of different ways to make this thing happen. The one thing I hope you took away from the people that were here before me is the enthusiasm they have and the vision. And what I'm here for today is to help you make that vision a reality. It won't only just help the people of Lingle, but also the people of Goshen County and also the southeast corner of our state. So I'm going to turn this back over to the mayor for some closing remarks. Thank you.
Well, once again, on behalf of the town of Lingle, I would like to thank you for your time. It's as being an elected officials, we all donate a lot of time, so I know you folks spend a lot of time to do what you do on this board, so that's much appreciated. as Mr. Walski said, this is not just a short-term flash in the dark thing. We're very passionate, and we are seeking a commitment for funding because we are going to persevere in this matter one way or the other. And we would certainly hope that you would help us in our goal to achieve this community center. There's two statements that I have learned being an elected official about towns, and it doesn't not only does apply to Lincoln, but applies to every town, I think. The smaller towns, there's a statement, I believe is by Dr. Roberts who said it. I could be wrong about that, but he recently addressed one of our WAM conventions, which is the Wyoming Association of Municipalities, which I'm a board member on. But he said the glue that holds small towns together are two things: schools and community centers. WAM has a position that communities that don't matter don't exist. And with that being said, once again, thank you for your time, and we hope you consider our project. I'd like to give a special shout out to Mr. Cactus Cavello for encouraging us to go on with this project. Even though at times it looked like we had nowhere to go, he kept encouraging us, so I appreciate that, Cactus. I also like to thank the Region 1 from the WBC for coming in and helping us, especially Karen. She answered a lot of our questions for us. And as most of it, you know, we're getting ready to roll into the holiday season. So from all of us here, we'd like to wish a Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays to all of you. And on this day, back in 1941, I wish you remember Pearl Harbor and remember those veterans that are out there today. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Siglin.
Thank you, sir. It's very impressive, the turnout of people that you brought here today. A lot of us grew up in small towns, so we understand. So with that, I think we'll go back. Well, are there any other questions? Is there any other public comment? Ms. Kozlowski.
Mr. Committee Chair, we'd like to request just a short break to visit with you prior to your considerations, just to confirm budget numbers.
Sounds like a great idea to me. So with that, we will have a short break to look at our numbers. We'll be back in 10 minutes, if that suits the co-chair.
Certainly does.
Here.
Thank you, Mr. Cavello. So I'm not much further along than I was about 2 hours ago when I asked Ms. Kozlowski to go through our allocation plan and tell you what we had and what was in front of us. The difference is that you've heard from these applicants. And I think it's important that we hear from them before we make these decisions for the most part, which is why we have kind of proceeded in the direction we have. So the numbers haven't changed. I know, you find that hard to believe, Mr. Anderson. Mr. Reese, our CEO, has crunched a few numbers and has a couple of thoughts for us. So I'm going to let him speak to us as our CEO for a couple of minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Lockhart. As a reminder, going into this past biennium, our business-ready community funds were cut back pretty drastically. In response to that, and to ensure that there would be available funds for unanticipated projects of a high priority, this board elected to spread the money out across the biennium, across the quarters of each fiscal year, and across categories within each quarter with priorities. So business-committed projects would have a highest priority, then community readiness, then community enhancement, and then planning grants. The allocation plan is not set in stone. It was designed to be flexible, to be responsive, should there be opportunities that present themselves. And this morning, you've made recommendations on one of those opportunities, Project Enterprise. With the funding of Project Enterprise, there is an available balance for the remainder of the fiscal year of $8.7 million. We don't know what action the legislature is going to take in February in replenishing the pot. So there are $8.7 million available. There are options that you have. There is recognition. What I'm hearing is that there was, with the Upton project, that's kind of a unique animal that kind of sets itself apart. But there are also some very good projects in Buffalo and Lingle and Jackson. You can fund these projects, but the consequences would be there would be no available funding for the remainder of the year if you were to fund all of them. We know of many applications that are being worked on right now, including business-committed projects. We don't always know what business-committed projects are out there because sometimes they pop up. There are also options that, there are other alternatives. The Business Council in the past has taken a liking to projects, but in the spirit of maintaining the allocation plan, the board's reluctantly recommended against the project. And sometimes SLIB adheres to that, sometimes SLIB doesn't. Projects are welcome to be resubmitted. If the State Loan and Investment Board also likes a project, but is concerned about dwindling funds, and they want to see projects racked and stacked against future applications, then we can reconsider these applications. So I have different scenarios based on different directions that you might want to go, and I'd be happy to walk you through those, but I do want to say that there are options. It could be that not all projects would get funded today, and in fact, I think it would be prudent to maintain as much of the spirit of the allocation plan as possible, but again, with an invitation for those projects that you think are worthy or the SLIB thinks are worthy, they can be reconsidered. The remainder of this fiscal year, we have 2 more quarters to go. or we can take a look at them when the Business Ready Community Fund is replenished.
Thank you, Mr. Reese. Before I forget, Mr. Cavello has indicated to me that he will recuse himself from the Lingle project. What I think I heard from Mr. Reese was, this is more to the applicants, and I'm not presupposing of board action, that if this does not go as you would like it to go today, you can continue to take your project through SLIB, pull that project after SLIB and resubmit it at a later date for a later grant funding quarter or perhaps year. So keep that in mind as we go through this, not presupposing what actions this board may make. And unfortunately or fortunately, I think we should proceed through the discussion and action as the items were proposed and submitted to the agenda. So, board questions to either Mr. Reese or myself or Ms. Kozlowski. Mr. Sopko.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Co-chair. Thank you, Kelly.
It's okay.
I guess I don't have a question other than just a comment. This is the hardest part about being a board member for me. It was pretty easy when I was first invited to sit on this board because we had a lot of money. And so there was still a lot of conversation, a lot of valuable discussion. It wasn't a rubber stamp, I'm not suggesting that, but certainly there were projects then that we were able to fund that we may not be able to fund today. We are obviously faced with different times now and faced with difficult decisions. I feel like we're a state to some extent of have and have-nots. We're considering, I think they're all good projects. I mean, I'm from a small town in Wyoming that didn't necessarily have everything that a Sheridan does that I'm able to take advantage of today, and we're talking today about an opportunity to have something like a build it and they will come scenario, and we're also looking at a project where we have a community that frankly doesn't have a community center, and it's a very difficult decision for me on those. I guess I make this statement because I do support all the projects that have been presented, and I support all the small communities, but I think that as a board we are going to be faced with difficult decisions here in the very short term, and I hope that all these communities that we're discussing understand that. I am not in favor of tabling something and giving it priority next time because we don't know what we're going to face the next time. But that being said, I do appreciate everybody coming and making their presentations and making the long drive to Cheyenne in some instances. But I do fear there's going to be some difficult decisions that need to be made so that we protect ourselves going forward.
With that,
yeah, I guess I just want to make some comments. I mean, I agree these are all really great projects, and you take a look at with funding, the impact, all those sorts of things from my perspective, and the way I look at it, Upton's project it would be my number one priority. The number two would be the Lingle project, Buffalo, and then the airport, sort of in that order, and kind of for different reasons. But I just wanted to put out on the table what I was thinking for the board's consideration and dialogue.
Thank you.
Getting a little more granular than what Aaron did there.
Mr. Cavello.
I would like to direct a comment to Endow and Mr. Walski, and ask that when you return to the Endow Council next week, that you implore them to support the BRC from within and to the legislature, as we feel it is an extremely important program. Thank you.
Mr. Vore?
I wasn't here when this board set its parameters or its guidelines for funding and decided this structure, but if there's anything I've learned throughout the business years, it's you don't set those guidelines and those parameters for the easy times when the money's flowing in and it's really easy to make every decision. You set those parameters for those times when decisions are hard and tough, and this is one of those times. So in my mind, I know that as a group, we've agreed that business committed takes priority. It delivers back to the Wyoming economy now. And I am just going to remind myself of that as we go through our voting, that we set those for a reason.
Thank you. And one more thing to throw into the discussion. And while we don't know exactly what's going to come our way in the next 2 quarters, after talking to Ms. Koslowski, we do believe that there will be additional applications. We don't know exactly what those are. They haven't been vetted by staff. They haven't been recommended. So I'm not proposing anything other than that's simply a fact that I think we should keep in mind. Ms. Getz.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the applicant Upton, the town of Upton, for the grant and loan as submitted by staff.
Second.
Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, if I could, with that motion, if Julie's pencil sharp, where will that leave us for allocations for the next 2 quarters?
2.7.
2.7.
You've changed your voice.
2.780945.
I'm also a ventriloquist.
You've also what?
The ventriloquist.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Anderson.
I have a dumb question. Is there any chance we could, if we wanted to, ask the applicants to prorate these things down? Or is it, they've already made their assumptions and everything on the amounts stated here? In the business world, it's not at all uncommon for you to take a pro rata cut of things, but maybe that's not applicable here. Am I screwed up?
You are certainly able to make any suggestion that you think is appropriate. We do have a motion on the floor.
Okay.
However.
Good point, good point. I was out of order. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Was there a second?
There was.
Yeah, I second.
Okay. Thank you. So we do have a motion and a second. So I think that is valid discussion. We heard one of the applicants pare back their request during the presentation. That is certainly something that we have done in the past, Mr. Anderson, with various applicants. We've gone through their pro formas and looked at what that might look like, and so that certainly is in your purview, and it's a good question. Any other discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion passes unanimously.
So Committee Chairman Lockhart, just to catch us up, there is $2.7 million available for the remainder of the fiscal year. Normally, that funding would have been allocated to quarters 3 and 4.
Yes, sir. We have overspent our allocation for the second quarter of this fiscal year by, Ms. Koslowski, if we really wanted that number, but just suffice to say we have overspent it by a substantial amount at this point. All 4 good projects, all business committed, and as we have said as a board, a good project is a good project. So that's where we are. The next applicant for us to take action on would be the Jackson Hole Airport Board Fuel Facility. And if you'll recall, that request has been pared down to $1 million grant request. Any discussion? Ms. DeVore.
I'm just wondering if for my satisfaction, if the board may, of course, approve this application today or a component of, but I would be very much in favor of seeing the two proposed alternative financing options, some sort of formal indication from them as to why or why not this project wasn't approved, and I'm not sure what their interest rates and fees are, if they're set by statute, or if there's some ability to match what the Business Council might propose. But I would certainly be interested if there's those other pots of money that are available for this project to seek funding, because I support this project in probably all respects other than the money allocation situation. Jackson Airport is an amenity to this entire state. When I have, in Southeast Wyoming, when I have family and friends who want to come see me, oftentimes they'll fly into Jackson before Denver, because then they can take advantage of what should be one of our top economic diversification initiatives, which is tourism. So, I think it's remiss of us not to push Jackson Airport forward in a way that it is developed because of other monies we've given them. I mean, we're helping our own asset. But there are other allocation availabilities and pots out there, so I would really be in favor of seeing if there's some sort of match that might be available, or something that we could then backfill.
Other discussion or comments?
Just to clarify, am I right to assume that we are treating this as a community readiness, a business readiness, and not a business committed? Based on the recommendation of staff? Or
Mr. Chairman, Ms. DeVore, that's certainly something the board can discuss. It is, as it was submitted, a business-committed application. Staff has indicated that we take exception to that, but what's before you is a business-committed application, and I think that merits discussion of the board if you choose to accept that or.
So my 2 cents on that is that there was substantial discussion at the time this application was submitted. There was discussion between staff and the applicant, and not saying that there was buy-in one way or the other, but certainly staff accepted it as business committed, and our staff is normally very good and really doesn't normally allow a round peg to fit in a square hole. So I think in response to kind of where we are and the application process, that we should review it, and if the board doesn't think that, or agrees with Julie that it doesn't exactly meet that, I think we should act appropriately. But I do think that we should act on it as it was applied for. Mr. Sopko.
I would move that we accept staff's recommendation as it was presented, which was not to fund.
Second.
Time.
It's been moved and seconded that we accept staff's recommendation not to fund. Any discussion? So just so the applicant knows, they'll be able to take this to SLIB with this recommendation. They certainly can go to the SLIB meeting, and as my discussion with Mr. Reese is, if it is not approved by SLIB, you can resubmit it at a subsequent grant request deadline, perhaps another quarter or perhaps another biennium. Any other discussion? All in favor of the motion to not fund this project, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Thank you very much. The next project that we will take action on is the City of Buffalo Technology Business Park Community Readiness. Keep in mind, this is a community readiness project. Could you give us the allocation available for community readiness, Ms. Kozlowski?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Committee Chair, with the board's recommendation to fund Enterprise and Upton, the funds remaining for both quarter 3 and quarter 4 for readiness are $365,567. In the category of business committed, there's a little over $2.4 million.
Keeping in mind that we typically do not move money from a lower priority category, we can move money up the ladder, but not down the ladder. So again, any discussion?
I'd like to say, as I mentioned, I really like this project, and I think it, you take a look at the presentation, there's, really good reason and a good strategy behind it, but at the same time, the budget's just not there, and so I don't know if this thing could come back later, and I know there's a timing issue with. They were mentioning, I don't know if there's any ways that could be mitigated. This could come back later based upon where we are with the budget. I don't know if that's something that they could comment back on, if this could come back later and still be a project for them, or if that means that this is gone from their perspective.
Well, as I stated for the last project, they can certainly take it through to SLIB, make their case at SLIB. We have $365,000 in that category at this time. I mean, perhaps we could fund it for the $365,000 that's there. I mean, I'm just throwing out options. And they can go to SLIB, and then SLIB will do what SLIB does, and then they can react after that point. So, I mean, I agree with what you're saying, but do want to give you the kind of the full picture.
Well, I'd certainly move to, without being, negative on the project, move to the remaining budget that we have, if that's something that the board could do. And approve it for what we have. We can't approve the full amount, but what we do have.
So let me be clear. From what you said, Julie, we have $365,000 in community readiness, and what I'm hearing from you is that you would like to make the motion to approve the $365,000 left in community readiness allocation for the year for this project.
That's correct.
Is there a second? Mr. Wandler.
Comment, we normally ask the applicant if that would do them any good or if it's a waste of time before we make a motion like that.
Well said. Would the applicant like to come to the podium? So you've heard our deliberations to this point. You kind of have an idea of our thought. You kind of have an idea of what your options are, or I hope you have a complete idea of what your options are. So as Mr. Wandler indicated, we would like your thoughts as to what might work for you within the parameters that we have and our allocation plan.
I've been going back and forth with our engineer on this project, and unfortunately, because the infrastructure is the most expensive part of this and getting it to the park, we reduced over the last few hours the project down even further. The farthest down we can get is $2.1 plus $1 million, and still have lots out there in the road that goes into the park and infrastructure. So, yeah, any smaller amount, I mean, it really doesn't do us any good as far as having a build-ready site and something to market from that perspective. And so, yes.
Great, thank you. Mr. Vore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dave, you mentioned you have match funds. There's some time urgency on your project. Can you explain in detail in your deadline?
Certainly. Because we combined the projects and we combined applications, so there's a series of applications that took part on this. The Business Ready Communities application was one of those. We tried to get this in earlier, and it didn't work for us to get it in earlier than what we did, the September deadline. There's federal funds that flow through the state, so the industrial road project funding is going into the road project. A large part of the match from that road project is from that IRP funding. Then the Johnson County has funding that's going into that road project as well. That road project is slated to start this spring. You'll be going to bid here very shortly and going out. And the commissioners, they support our project 100%, but to move that project back means it has to go also into another fiscal year, which could run into cost overruns, and we don't want to do that with that. We don't want to mess two projects up and not have any of those projects done. That being said, so every step of the way, and obviously it does us no good to apply next round or the next round because there's no money. And so then we're 6 months into that construction project. We've lost a good portion of that match. There's still some left in there. It becomes a game of every day that goes by, there's money being spent. So where do you draw that line? Where does Julie say, okay, we can use this much match? And then she brings it to you. Well, that's an old number because construction is already going. It's a quandary that we're faced with. It's not your issue. It's how we planned the project. We didn't plan the funding issue that we're having from the state perspective. Unfortunately, it's going to be the detriment to us, and unfortunately for us, it also will have a negative effect on our region because it's a hard sell to do a region. And if there's no benefit to Buffalo or Johnson County to be a part of that region and put money into marketing our region, how can I sell that to my community? We don't have a park to put the projects in. And that's where I'm at. I'm literally, I told a board member, it takes us from concentrating on an industrial, commercial, tech development to tourism focus, because that's where we can make an impact. And if I'm not making some sort of impact, how do I justify my position? How does my board justify their position in the community and the funding of our organization in the community? That's the reality that we deal with at the local level. And we have to justify what we do and be able to show that there's a reason for what we do. So.
Great, thank you.
Before my motion dies for a lack of second, may I make a comment?
Please make a comment.
My thought was if this was approved at this amount, knowing that it's not the full budget, does that somehow create a situation where we can honor the contract, keep the match at the level that's been in the application, and then next year when we get money, more money in our budget, that we could come and reconsider supplementing the rest of that at that point? But that was my thoughts behind that. So I'll respectfully let that motion die for a lack of second, without having my feelings hurt.
Thank you, and thank you for bringing that up, Mr. Wandler. Any other discussion on the City of Buffalo? I think I'm ready for another motion.
I move we accept staff recommendation.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded by Mr. Sopko, or
I think Ron.
that we accept staff recommendation for the City of Buffalo Business Technology Park. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion passes unanimously. I have a request to accept some public comment. Upton, did you want to come give us a comment or two briefly before we move into our next item?
Yes, I just want to thank everybody. We appreciate it enormously, and your faith is well placed. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Yeah, on behalf of Atlas Cole, we want to thank you. We want to thank the staff for the efforts they put into it. We've had an excellent experience with everyone, and I'm not very envious of you guys sitting on the board. I think all these projects deserve support, and I'm sorry that our mineral industry is in the situation it is, but I think that these projects are going to help us all as a state. And again, thank you, and I really respect your committee and the efforts that you guys make for the state.
I just wanted to say thanks again for the opportunity to be able to come here and present this and move forward. And I appreciate all the time, and I say the same thing. You know, it's such a hard spot to be in right now with all the good projects, but thank you.
Mr. Chairman, staff, Mark Lindstrom, Superintendent for the Town of Upton. Thank you again for your support. It's a great thing for our community, and thank you for your hard work. Thank you.
Great. Thank you all for coming. We're to the last project, the Town of Lingle, Community Center Community Enhancement Request. Ms. Kozlowski, could you give us the Community Enhancement Asset Allocation remaining for the rest of the year, please?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Committee Chair, there are no funds remaining for quarters 3 and quarters 4 for the Community Enhancement category.
Mr. Committee Chair, Julie, or could the applicant comment on whether the balance that we had in the community readiness category of $365,000 would be sufficient and useful for this project?
They're certainly welcome to comment on that, Ms. Getz. Just a reminder that the guidelines for the allocation plan talk about moving money to fund higher priority projects but not lower. So that would be the issue, would be that you'd be asking for higher priority readiness funds to be applied to an enhancement project.
Well, my second question, because you know I wouldn't just have one. You know, when we made this allocation plan, I remember Aaron and I were pretty vocal about the enhancement category and how important enhancement of Wyoming communities is to even get to the business committed category. And when I evaluate the 3 projects, the Jackson Hole Airport, the City of Buffalo, and the Town of Lingle, to me they're really all business community ready projects. They're all trying to make the community ready for more companies like Project Enterprise in the Town of Upton to get there. The infrastructure that Jackson and the City of Buffalo have proposed, to me, is the infrastructure of this community center for the Town of Lingle. It's as important as a pipeline or a business-ready community park for this small community. So if $365,000 is sufficient and the community can finish the project with that amount, I would next propose to discuss whether or not there's some sort of modification of this project to the community readiness category in light of our allocation plan. So that's where I'm going.
Mr. Sopko.
Thank you, Mr. Lockhart. Thank you, Megan. Beat me to the punch. I would agree. I think that in some instances, as we talked, there are foundations for economic development are sometimes unfortunately classified as, community enhancement. And I would argue in this instance that it's much more important than just an enhancement to that community. They're a community, again, without the opportunity of a community meeting space. I think that we're, at least most of us here, are fortunate enough to have that, know how important that is in our small towns, and so I guess I would second exactly what Megan said. If there is a way to consider movement of those funds, then I would back Megan's play on that. Thank you.
So let me, I hear what you're saying. Let me ask Ms. Kozlowski or Mr. Reese of the process by which we would set aside the guidelines for moving money in the direction that we had not anticipated in terms of our priority structure.
Chairman Lockhart, the allocation plan is not set in rule.
Correct.
As I mentioned before, it was designed for flexibility, for priorities as determined by the board. I believe, and I'm going to look at Julie as I say this, that there is, other than vocalizing your intent and the reasons, which we're starting to hear those, I think you have the flexibility to do that.
Great. Could I have a representative from Lingle come to the podium, please? So you've heard our deliberations. You've heard the discussion that we are having, which is a very serious discussion in terms of moving money down the ladder, if you will, in terms of our set priorities. So the question we have to you is, will $365,000 allow you to complete this project, and would you be willing to accept that, knowing that that's probably what we have to give, not knowing for sure whether the board is going to go that direction, but first wanting to know from you whether that would be enough to accomplish your goal?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman of the board, I thank you for your consideration on that matter. With a quick whispering with my cohorts over here, we do believe accepting the $365,000 could help us attain the end goal of getting our community center. And with that being said, if the board goes along, we would be most grateful for that. And all we could say for that is thank you very much.
So thank you. So a couple of thoughts here. These are my own, since I don't make many comment as the chair. I think this is a good project. I'm not sure that it is as time sensitive as some of the other projects we've looked at today. I'm not sure that if we approved it today versus another quarter, since this is a good project, that would make this project live or die. But I do appreciate their willingness to work with us, and I'm wondering if the board wants to take that step at this meeting to move money down the ladder, or whether that is something that you would like to look at a later meeting. And I'm certainly willing to look at the discussion on that. Ms. DeVore.
Chairman Lockhart, if you don't mind weighing in on this for us. I know that part of this decision is this project ready? So in the write-up that we have, at that time, there was some discrepancies on how it would be structured, new construction, not construction. However, at the time it was presented. Following their presentation today, do you feel like this project is ready to move forward with all of our expectations that we would have on a project in order for us to vote on it today?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Committee Chair, Ms. DeVore, we do believe that there's a little bit of work to be done on this project. Having said that, if the board determines that they'd like to fund this project in the amount of $365,000, the staff will certainly work with the community to ensure that it's a quality project moving forward. We'll make that happen. If the decision is to not offer that funding today, then we'll continue to work with them and help them to come back again if that's the wish of the community.
Thank you.
One follow-up with that. Do you think another 3 months working with the community would make the application stronger?
It would, Mr. Committee Chair, would certainly allow us to address the questions that we have and fix the things that we need to be fixed. But again, I would just say that I don't think that any of the items that we noted that we called out are showstoppers. So I don't know if that gives you any level of comfort or helps your decision making, but
it helps. It actually does help. Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Chairman, my only fear is I think this is a wonderful project. I just am afraid that if we put the 360, we're still, 30% short of making this the type of project that they want. And the reason I'm bringing this up is we have a problem that we voted on here in Cheyenne. What was it? Is the Whitney? What's the street we voted on? The Whitney overpass or whatever. That thing's gone up $3 million before the first brick has even been laid. So I would rather see you get this thing funded the way you want it to. You know, is there a way that we can rewrite it to get them in a higher bracket, a BCR note or something? But do it right the first time. I've been involved in a lot of projects, and you just don't want to go through the stress of having to come up with the money or not knowing where the balance is coming from. So I don't want to be negative. I just want to see you do it right. And, you know, I've seen the slip board go in there and find it. And I just encourage you to just get in there and keep hitting, because I have a feeling it's going to happen. And if there's some way that we could possibly pull another 100 and something, I don't know what the difference is, from someplace, future or some, to get this funded fully, let's do that. Let's not do it 3/4. Thank you. That's my comment.
Any other discussion? Mr. Anderson.
I think he's spot on, and that's where my thoughts are. So, Mr. Chair, are you ready for a motion?
Sure.
I move that we set aside and I don't know the words, so help me out here, the algorithm, and we fund this thing at the 700,000 figure. My feelings are that these good folks, this is something critical. I'd never thought I'd be a liberal Democrat and ask that we expand our budget. So this is a very odd experience for me as a rock rib Republican that's, you know, hidebound to budgets and things. So this is an odd experience for me.
Rubbing off on you.
So anyway, Mr. Chair, I move that we set aside the specific allocation for this particular project, that we go ahead and fund it at the 454,700 figure.
Is there a second?
Second.
So it's been moved and seconded that we fund this project for the full amount. And don't let me put words in your mouth. And that we pull the necessary money from community readiness of $365,000 and change, whatever is less, and the additional 100 and whatever the number is from business committed in order to fund this community enhancement project. Is that?
That sounds great. The math is right. The other thing I wanted to make not a part of my proposal is that I want to thank the staff. I mean, they're facing an almost impossible task right now, and I can appreciate why they had to initially come out with a do not fund. And 99 times out of 100, I'm going to support them. And I think that if they had another way, they'd probably figure out a way to say yes, because these folks are so deserving of it. Anyway, that's way beyond. I bloviated long enough, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Any other discussion? Ms. Getz.
First off, if this passes, I really hope we get an invitation to have our business council meetings in the lingo community. My second comment is the reason why we couldn't, I believe that SLIB has really followed our direction with the allocation plan. It's been important, and Kim, you said it best, in hard times. It's not the easy times that it really guides us. It's the hard times. And to me, I focus on the readiness of this community to sustain the jobs it has, to be able to hold elections. That's critical in our world. So is there any reason, since the mayor has indicated that he believes with a whisper crunch that $365,000 would work, to approve $365,000 potentially from business-ready community pot, and then if the project is warranting that need for that additional funding, you can come back. I do think that I like where Mike and Jay are going, but I also want to continue the precedent moving forward about the allocation plan is very important. And if we have committed businesses that are going to come before us, $100,000 may make a difference with those jobs in March as well. Just a question.
Mr. Wandler, do you have a comment? You didn't raise your hand.
I didn't raise my hand.
You didn't.
I could see you squirming, couldn't you?
No, I just...
Lay it on us, brother.
And if not, that's fine.
Yeah, no, I'm uncomfortable with it. You know, I wouldn't support that. I would love to support that. What I'm uncomfortable with is moving those funds down because of what Megan's pointing towards is somebody shows up with a business committed, they're going to create jobs immediately. That's what those funds were allocated for, and I'm uncomfortable with us throwing that out right now. And because we set precedents and then we go back to that, and then all bets are off on the nice plan we set up. I'm with all of you. I support that. You know, they need that community center, but we need funds to be able to fund these things. So what we need to do is go find more funds so that we can support all these projects, not take funds for one thing and try to spread them around and spend them. You know, spend the whole year's worth in one, you know, half a year. That we're going to regret that later. So completely support Lingle and the community center, but we should not overspend right now.
So is there a distinction, in my mind, there's a distinction between moving community readiness funds, especially when the applicant has stood at the podium and said they could complete the project without moving the additional $100,000 and some thousand. In my mind, there is a difference. The motion was for the full amount to move both readiness and committed monies. But I sense, or at least in my mind, with the applicant saying that the 365 would allow them to complete the project, that we have not or would not be moving money out of business committed, but simply out of readiness. So that's my 2 cents.
So, Mr. Chair, and I will take that as a friendly amendment, and I will amend my proposal as such. Then, if that will expedite approval.
Accept the second.
That's fine. I just want to see it get approved, and I want to see it done right.
So,
yes.
From what I hear is the maker of the motion and the second would entertain my amendment to approve the project at the 365 and change that Ms. Kozlowski gave us by moving money from community readiness to community enhancement.
I have a question, but I'm not sure the appropriate time to ask it, but are we moving the money down, or are we moving the project up?
We're moving the money down. This is an enhancement project.
Okay.
It was an enhancement application, and through all of the applications that I've sat on over these years, this is clearly a community enhancement, and we can argue that definition and rule at some other time, but at 3:30 on the second day of a long meeting is probably not the time to have that discussion. Mr. Wandler.
My comment on that is I will support that, only because it's legal and it's the size of the town. If this was Gillette, I would not support that change, just to have that on record for the future. I'm supporting this because of the size of the town and how important this is to their structure. So if this, something like this would come up again for Gillette or any other town, no, I would not support it.
I could not agree with you more.
That's well said. Very well
Any
said.
other questions? Any other discussion?
Mr. Committee Chair, just for the sake of the record being accurate, the figure that is being considered is $365,567.
Any other discussion? There's a motion on the floor to approve the Town of Lingle Community Center Community Development request for the amount of $365,567 by moving that amount from the Community Readiness Asset Allocation Plan to the Community Enhancement Allocation Plan. Any other questions? Are you ready to vote? All in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Thank you very much. Board, I think that was a very good deliberation, and I thank you very much. Public comment?
Mr. Co-Chair and Mr. Chair, on behalf of not only Lingo but of Goshen County, I want to thank you for the action you just took. I realize you having a long meeting and it'll be adjourning soon, but this was the last item that was on your agenda for consideration, and you did your due diligence and you discussed all the angles, and for that I'm very appreciative. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, thank you very much for your time and consideration today. Not only will we have the assistance of Wyoming Business Council, but I can tell you my organization is 110% behind our little small but proud town of Lingle, and we will make sure that this project is completed, and I feel 110% about the project being completed and ready to go at this point in time, so we're ready to move forward.
I just wanted to thank you all very much for your time today and for your consideration and for funding this. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, Board, once again, I thank you for your time and dedication. It was very interesting to listen to your deliberations, and all I can tell you is from our community and the members who live around the community is a big thank you. Much appreciated. And with that being said, we have a small token for each one.
We get bribes. We get a bribe. Mr. Harvey, do you have a comment?
I do. Thank you. Before these people get out of here, as a board, as the Wyoming Business Council Board of Directors, we're not allowed to lobby our legislators. But those people that have been at this podium all day are. They have seen our struggles, and they are our struggles, and we're a volunteer board that's very willing to deal with them, and I think I'd like to commend all of you for how we do it. But as commissioners, as council members, as mayors, as the general public, you can go back to your legislators and relay your feelings. I'm not going to put your feelings in your mind, but you know your feelings of the day. You can go relate them to and move this forward in a positive direction.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion or any other matters to come before this committee before I turn it back to Mr. Covello? Ms. Kozlowski? Thank you for your work. Thank you for your dedication, as always.
Most welcome, and thank you to all of the board for your consideration of our work. We appreciate all the nice things that you say. We take that to heart, and it makes us want to work harder.
Good.
Mr. Covello, I think the action of my committee is complete for today.
Thank you very much, Chairman Lockhart. That was tough to be quiet. Bet you never heard me be quiet for that long, have you?
I haven't. As a matter of fact.
That was worth it in itself.
Well, Well, committee, I think you did a wonderful job. It was very tough, but thank you on behalf of the city of Lingle, or not of Lingle. We have some other things we need to take care of. I'd like to, at this point, appoint a nominating committee for the officers for next year. I'd like Mr. Wandler to chair that, and I would appoint Mr. Anderson and Ms. DeVore to be on that committee and report back, Mr. Wandler, if you would, to this board in March with your findings.
Well, thank you.
That being said, the proposed meetings that you've seen on your agenda are for March in Evanston, May in Gillette, September in Cody, and December over in Megan's territory in Laramie. Is there any discussion on any of that?
There is a date change there, is that correct?
There is a date change there. Actually, we will be in Gillette the 23rd and 24th, or 22nd, 23rd, Wednesday and Thursday, rather than Thursday and Friday. So make those notations. We'll always be on Wednesday and Thursday next year. Anything else before the board? Well, you guys did some real good work today. It was tough. That's why you get the big bucks. I entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved. Third.
CEO Reese, do you have anything you'd like to say in closing before we go?
These are not easy decisions, and I think the deliberations are robust. We will reflect what you've discussed to the State Loan and Investment Board, and you'll get a chance to take a look at that draft. But yeah, it's not easy, and there's a lot of good things happening. It's important that we continue moving forward with working with communities to talk to their legislators, talking to Endow. I'd say all in all, Mr. Co-Chair, this has been a very productive 2 days, so thank you.
Thank you. That being said, this meeting is adjourned.
Happy trails and Merry Christmas.
Happy